Good morning, YouTube world. How we all doing this morning? No news is good news at the moment. Everything's going good. I watched a few videos that people put out last night and early this morning. Nick Bravo, you need to find something else to video chat about, buddy. You're the one that put yourself in the trouble you're in. Vaughn, anytime, any place, anywhere. You know how that goes. They say I'm gonna get up there and get a lot of people here. I'm overpass Stinky up, so that's good. Um, I got a word for Rev and Shanny out there. Neither one of yous know me. You might know the name. If you want to look me up, look me up. I don't care. Shanny, if you let any man, and I say any man, lay their hands on your kids and let him get away with it, you're as stupid as the videos are showing me. Rev, if you would ever laid your hands on my kids, you would already met God because I would have sent you straight there, buddy. You are not a man. You are just a little bitch who likes to hit on kids. I'm not a kid. Why don't you come over here and hit on me? I'd break you in fucking half, you little skinny little motherfucker. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size? You don't like it? That's fine. You want your fucking ass whipped? That can happen too. I'm going to treat you just like I treat anybody else who disrespects children. These children are our world. Maybe not yours. They might have just been like you, and Vaughn must think the same way, that it's just money coming in. That's their money, not yours. And you're going to lay your hands on them? You need to have your head knocked off, Rev. You better go start reading the Bible a little bit better, buddy. I'm not going to put you down for smoking your little herb because I do it too. But I don't fucking hit on kids. You're a disrespectful person. And to me, in my book, that is what we call a fucking nigger. A nigger is not a color. It's not a race. It's a person. Black, white, green, orange, or purple. If you disrespect the earth and disrespect our laws, you're a nigger. And y'all can say can't say that. Well, I can. My own father was a nigger. He'd go to McDonald's, eat his food, and throw the fucking shit out the fucking window instead of in his garbage can in the truck. To me, that's a nigger. Oh, don't worry about it. We got people from prison picking it up. Them people don't want to go out there and pick it up. They want to go out there and smoke a cigarette and walk around. They don't want to pick up fucking garbage. Unless you're throwing half packs of cigarettes out there and joints out there for them to smoke once they get back home. You all take it any way you want. I don't care. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Todd. Baby Jane. I'm doing okay. I watched a couple videos last night and I kind of wanted to say a few things to Rev and Shanny. They ain't no different than Vaughn. They put their shit out there and then they cry when people ask them about it and tell them about it and tell them, they're doing wrong. Vaughn's the same way. Nick, you're the same way. You guys can't handle the truth. There's 10 million people out here that knows the truth. 10 million people that's been through it. Rev is not a hostage. If he wanted to leave, he would leave. I've walked away with plenty of relationships. It's only a thing, people. It's only a thing. Have you ever had everything in your home brand spanking new and go to jail because you caught your girlfriend in bed with your best friend and you beat the shit out of both of them? And go to jail for 2 weeks and come home and not even got a pair of fucking underwear to change into after getting out of jail? I have. I've lived in my car for a month or two. I've lived in a city park for a week or two. You're never trapped nowhere. You can go anywhere you can go. You got a thumb. It will take you anywhere if you know how to hustle, if you know how to get a ride. You know, I can remember 25 years ago, people kept telling me and my partner, you guys ain't going to get no ride. You guys ain't going to get no ride hitchhiking. No one's going to pick up two men at the same time. Well, guys, I walked through the middle of Toledo, Ohio, sat down on the run ramp of I 75, rolled me a fat fucking joint up, and soon as that guy seen me lick that joint, he locked his brakes up and gave us a ride all the way into Kentucky. We smoked another joint with another guy that took us from Kentucky all the way to the Florida state line and then got a ride all the way in. Don't tell me it can't be done, because it can be done anytime you want it to be done. Good morning, Todd. Toby. I don't care what it is. If he's got a disease or a mental something problem, then he needs to get the fuck out of someone's house and go get help for it and be put in a nut house where he's going to get what he needs to fix that problem. That is the worst thing of all, baby Jane. When a woman chooses a man over her kids, that ain't a woman. That is not a woman. I don't care if it's my wife right now would do something wrong and we're splitting. My boys ain't going nowhere. She wants to leave. She has a problem with me. There's the door. You're not taking the kids. They're mine. They're ours. I'm sorry. See, now y'all got her going this morning, but they're our kids. No matter what, they're our kids. You know, but my wife would never hit none of my kids. Would I hit my kid? Yes, I have spanked my kid's ass. And if they want to send the sheriffs out here to arrest me, go for it. But my kids don't disrespect me. They don't raise their hands at me. They listen to me when I tell them something. Well, I ain't going to spank the sheriff because I think it'd be kind of funny spanking my own cousin. Because, like Irby told you guys, I'm related to everybody here. We pay everybody off. Larry has a piece of paper that I go to the U.S. Mint and get some brand spanking new 2023 pennies, and I give them to everybody for payment. Grumpy Lobster was live. I was just there, and I think he went off. And that's kind of why I got on here. If he's still on, you guys are welcome to watch him, or you can watch me. I don't care. We're both friends. We always will be friends until he stabs me in the back or I stab him. And I personally, I don't see that happening between me and Grumpy. He seems like a cool old man to me, same as me. Cool old man. I did accept a lot of friends last night, and there was like 9 people I think I accepted. So if you're one of them, welcome to my little Facebook. I've always called him Grumpy. I don't know. I mean, that's just, No, he's not my pet. Would you rather me call him Mr. Lobster? When I call him Mr. Lobster, I'm thinking about I'm getting ready to go out to dinner. Because, boy, I sure love steak and lobster. And I hate to tell Grumpy that because I don't want to be eating his cousins or anything, but they taste good. Marsha and Ronnie are doing really good, baby Jane. They've been going to a lot of reenactments. They get into a lot of that stuff. And they are like vice president and some high seniority in one of them. And they're at them things right now. And her mom just had some hip surgery done, and we've been praying for her, and they've been up there with them for a while. Lady Star, I was just there. I talked a little bit. He didn't say much to me, so I kind of figured his screen went black. So I went ahead and said, well, Grumpy's done. It's time for me to go live. I told everybody I'm going to start going live every single day. I'm still trying to get Mr. Stinky to come out here. I want to see what he's got to say to me, or John, or any other person that's got something to say about me. Come on and say about me. I'll tell you the truth. I have nothing to lie. I bet you he is upset about my channel. He's going to get worse and worse because most of it's all about him. I had a conversation with the wife this morning. I told her if I was going to pass him up, then I need to get his name out of my mouth and start trying to find other things to talk about. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Never really got my mind wrapped on it. But then when I seen that Shanny and Rev thing, and I know what's been going on with them for the last 6 months, I think that is ridiculous. I don't think they should ever get their kids back. And Rev should get the shit knocked out of him. Because, like I said, if any man lays their hands on my kids, he's headed to heaven or hell or whichever spot that God wants to send him. Because I'm sending him that way. You guys want to fight my kids and you're their age? Go for it. Promise. These are big boys. These ain't no little 140-pound winklings. My baby is 260 pounds. My other boys all top the 300 marker. And I'm not saying they're little short fat things. They're all within the 6 foot range. She shouldn't get them kids back at all. And like I said, any woman who picks a man over their children is wrong. I have an ex girlfriend right now who has passed away, and I am still friends with both of her boys today, even though her two boys are the ones that broke us up because they told mommy that I was cheating on them, that I was taking my best friend's girl into the bathroom and giving her a pounding. She believed her boys. She threw me out in the cold. She threw me out in the nowhere land. I had to hitchhike over 500 miles to get back home to my hometown where I knew somebody. I had a job. I had everything. 2 years later, she called me on the phone. Larry, I'm sorry. Can we work our problems out? Can we do something because I found out it was all a lie? No, I'm sorry, I can't. 2 years went by. I've already moved on. I found me somebody new, somebody that's going to trust me and believe me. I don't lie about nothing. I got something to tell you. I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to lie about it because if I lie to you, then I'm going to lie again to cover the first lie. And then I'm going to lie twice to cover the second and first lie. Fuck, I'll just take the trouble, get in trouble the first time and get it over with. If I would have cheated on her, then yeah, throw me out. But guess what? I didn't. I loved her to death. She was a good woman. I wanted anything I could say, man, I like that $2,000 gold necklace, and she'd go out and get it for me the next morning. Why would I want to cheat on something like that? She was a good woman. And you know, right now, her boys are now in the 23 and 25 markers, same age as most of my kids. And they always say, Larry, we're sorry that you and mom didn't work. We're sorry that we broke you up. I didn't beat the shit out of them for lying. I didn't touch her kids. I loved them just like they are my own. Hello, handyman. I see you finally made it in here. Handyman, I think you love everybody. You know, I did go through a couple of your guys' Facebook accounts sending me invitations to be friends. Were they everything that I thought? Do you guys believe in exactly the same things I do? No. Some of you out there hate Trump. Some of you liked him. That's everyone's own opinion. Me, I don't care who's president. As long as they ain't taking my guns and they're not taking my weed and they're not taking my God, then I don't care. I want to be president. But like I posted 2 days ago, I will be assassinated within 48 hours after I am in the president's seat. Because there would be a lot of things changed. Baby Jane, that's the only way to be, honey, is to be honest. And I don't care what you're talking about or who you're talking to about it. Always be honest. My grandmothers and my mother taught me that. Be honest. You might get in trouble, but you're going to get in more trouble if you keep lying. Yes, Snyder, handyman, we have been friends for Facebook for a very long time already. I don't know why you couldn't find it, Todd, because I found it and I sent you a thumbs up and everything. You are now on my messenger. And as soon as I get back to it, because my Cowboys lost last night and I was mad, so I didn't get back on last night. But Todd, I will definitely make sure we become friends on there. If I have to specially look you up personally, I will put you on there. Well, if you can't get into that account, like I told you before, I have 3 accounts. I'm all over the place. I got so many people, man, I had to open more accounts. Go Browns? You mean go Clowns? I think they lost, didn't they? Yeah, he did play bad. It wasn't poorly. That was bad. And this is our number one pick from 4 years ago. I'm about ready to call him the same thing I called the last quarterback we had. Played real good, but when we got to the playoffs, he choked. I think we need to find us a real quarterback that don't choke. Oh, the Browns did win yesterday. Okay. Yes, I did. If Corky is Nick Bravo, is that who Corky is? Nick Bravo? I did watch that. I was watching it when I came over here. Didn't watch all of it. Watched about the last 10, 15 minutes of it. I hope I ain't cutting nobody off. I hope I ain't interrupting Grumpy's live and stealing some of his viewers. But, I thought he was getting off. So I kind of figured, well, let me keep it going and get back on here and say hi to everyone and give you guys what I thought about Rev and Channing. James, I hope you love me doing live videos. You're the one that got me started. And Mr. Right Rhino says hi, James. Yeah, I figured you'd like to hear that one too. Grumpy is Grumpy, but I call him Grampy. Yeah, well, I mean, we all got to call him something. As long as we don't call him late for dinner or call him late for a joint, I think he'll be fine. Can you imagine James Stinky drinking a beer? How stupid he would be. He's already stupid. We don't need him drinking anything because he'd really be stupid. As you all do know, I think most of you do know, I am Larry Frost. I am Stinky's worst nightmare at this present moment because I am stalking him. I'm watching every video he puts out there, and I got the answers to everything he's saying. He wants proof. We can give him proof because I got it. My name's not Stinky. I don't keep proof. I do keep the proof. You say you didn't mistreat your wife, that I don't know what I'm fucking talking about? James, I will go live with Andrea tonight if that's what you want me to do. Because she says anytime, any place. I can go live with a lot of different people, James. I know more people than you. You're a human. You stay in your trailer. You don't come out. You don't know nobody. I know more people here in Kentucky than you know around the world. Because they didn't want the twins, Riz. They wanted the checks, but they didn't want the kids, and she said she couldn't feed them. I can answer that. You know, when my kid was in the hospital, I never left its sight. I slept on the floor for 3 days until the nurses dragged in a chair for me to sleep on. Let me say that again: hard concrete floor, 3 whole days. No bath, no showers, no clean clothes, never left the hospital. My wife was in the hospital. She was there a week on life support. I got a babysitter for my 2 boys, and I never left the hospital. When my family's at the hospital, I don't care if it's an infant child just born or if it's my 17-year-old son. I'm there and I'm not leaving it until they come out. And if I had to work, tell my job to shove it up their asses because my family comes before any job. Jobs are easy to find, real family ain't. James says that we couldn't go to the hospital because of that big word that we're all not allowed to say, that 19 thing. They let me go in the hospital, even with his mother. He says that he is an orderly for 14 years, but his mom had a stroke and laying in ICU, barely even alive. And he yells about his niece being there with her. You're right. She is a nurse, James. She knows what she can do and what she can't do. She didn't go there questioning your mother. She went there and comforted your mother, something that you could not do. You said you didn't have gas money to go. I called you. I texted you and told you I got the money. Go up there and be with your mother. Did you call me back? No. Did you text me back? No. Did you come and get the money? No. Uncle Littleton, the man who stole $25 million from you, he offered you money. You didn't take it. You didn't want to be there with your mother. You wanted to sit and play with your horse vaginas. Well, one of these days, I hope you fall in one of them horse vaginas and never get back out. Yep, Father Jay also offered him money. Well, it's just like everybody that I know you have all seen the funeral pieces that was put out there by everybody. Seckler, thank you, because I know you were one of the main people. He was trying to get $7,000. The funeral home was even $7,000. It was 45 plus the $450 for the flowers that laid on the coffin. That is what her funeral cost me, and I paid it in cash, even though nobody can pay it but him. Remember that? Nobody can pay it but him. They'll take your money, but they won't put it on her account. But I walked in there with $4,500 and paid it. I called the funeral home flower shop in London, Kentucky, and paid the $450 for her flowers to be delivered that morning. I paid $85 out of my own pocket for a dozen of red roses, with one white right dead in the middle, with baby breaths, out of my own pocket. Because I loved your mom, and your mom was worth more, a lot more to me than $85 in flowers. You didn't even go to your mom's funeral because you were afraid of guns. There was no guns inside that funeral home at all, not even the police officer that stood at the front door. He had his gun in his holster, but he never came inside the funeral home. So you talking shit and telling everybody we're all going to be packed in and we're all going to kill you while you're there. That was not happening, James. No one wants you dead. We want you to suffer. We want you to feel the suffering, the pain of what you're going to go through for the next 20 years until God calls you home. No, since he missed court, they will not be contacting him. They will just go ahead and give the foster parents full guardianship. Yes, he has to be informed that they were already adopted, but he's not going to be able to stop it no more. He screwed himself. Will his child support stop? Yes. Yes, his child support could stop. He will not have to pay that no more. But Riz, Todd, that means that them kids can throw him off that property anytime they want. The parents of the children right now can throw him off that property anytime they want, as soon as they are in full custody of the kids. I know. I read the law of the state of Kentucky. James says that I'm a dumbass. I only made it to the sixth grade. There are big words out there that I don't understand. I'm not going to lie, but I did make it to the ninth grade. And I do understand life and I do understand little words. And there's no big words in the state of Kentucky. The executor declares that. Yes, he does, Todd. And I happen to know the man very well. Very, very well. Jerry is his cash cow, it looks like you put, but Jerry's his cash flow. All three of them were. They help his food stamps go up. He gets welfare for the girls. He got Social Security for Jerry. Andrea was on Social Security, so he was bringing almost $2,000 home a month. And instead of him trying to make sure that money's being spent right, took care of right, his bills are being paid, and things were right, he'd rather get on the computer and play with his horse vagina. Todd told you right there, Blue. Little Jim Frost. You cannot get child support from a disability social security check, no matter what. You cannot touch her money. Can he claim social security for them because their mommy is disability? Maybe. But he cannot touch her check. She's barely getting enough to survive on her own. Yes, Blue. James Arnold Frost, otherwise known as Little Jim. Yes, we are a Commonwealth state. based on the British common laws. That, Baby Jane, I do not know. Todd, I agree. She should have some responsibility to care for them kids. But is she able to? That's the point. She lives over 2,000 miles away from them now. You know, it's like I told you guys, I got two other kids, and they were young when me and their mom split up. But we made an agreement where I didn't have to pay child support, but I had to buy all their clothes for school every year. I had to pay for all their school supplies that year. And there was some years that it cost me a little more money because one of them wanted to join football. So I had to buy his cleats, and I had to buy him this, and I had to buy him that. Baby Jane, I definitely agree with that. Andrea was destroyed by Vaughn. Vaughn is a predator. He preys on little kids. And to me, her being 18, 19 years old, she was only a kid compared to him. He was in his 40s. She wasn't there for years. She wasn't there too long, I know. Maybe 2 years. Todd, you're right. He said Andrea had a child's mindset. That's how come he got with her. Because he thought he can control her. And he couldn't. Her mind said, fuck you. If I have to give another man a piece of meat to get me away from this man, I'm doing it. I'm going to do whatever I have to do to get away from him. He keeps telling everybody, oh, I'm bringing Chinese women. I'm bringing these kind of women. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You don't see nobody coming. And as soon as somebody moves in, they'll be thrown right off the property right along with him. Yeah, somebody should catfishing. You wouldn't believe how many times I've thought about that. Because, like I said, I know people all the way around the world here almost nowadays. And it wouldn't be hard to find a 15, 16-year-old girl to catfish his ass. Or get me a 30-year-old girl or a 30-year-old man to play a 15, 16-year-old girl. He'd be all over it. Diplomat community or whatever, whatever that thing is, I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't give a shit where you come from. You come over in the United States of America and you kill somebody, your whatever is gone. Because you kill somebody here, they're going to kill you back. Especially if you're messing with the family. Anybody ever seen the movie Next to Kin? Yes, Blue, I did see parts of the Kelly's tape. Didn't watch them all. Didn't really care about it. And yes, Riz, it did have Patrick Swayze in it. Yes, it did. That was a really good movie, and that's how kin are. You kill my brother, I'm coming for you. No matter if I go to prison or I go wherever. You hurt one of my family members, my family will come for you. I'm surprised my wife didn't come running in here when I said the name of that movie because that is one of her favorites. And personally, I think that is one of her favorite actors. Yes, I do love Meatloaf. Food wise and music wise. My favorite meal spaghetti and meatballs. No, Blue, I didn't know he was catfished by a 14-year-old, but that's good. That's what they need to do. Kelly, you're in the chat, I see. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for everything you did to that piece of shit, scumbag, dirtbag, whatever you want to call him. Oh, thank you, Riz. I didn't know that. Yeah, I do like spaghetti and meatballs. As long as you're putting the flavoring in the meatballs and not on the outside sauce. I want to taste that meatball when I bite it. Any of you see my video yesterday? Anything different today? I would think there is. I shaved my mustache last night. Try to get it away from my mouth a little bit, thinning it out. Tired of taking and eating dinner, and when I get done, I could take and lick my mustache and taste what I had for dinner an hour ago. Yeah, basil, onion, garlic. Some people crush up mushrooms and put them in them. We've tried it all. Yeah, it's a flavor saver, but it ain't the flavors I want to save. Ha ha ha. It ain't the flavors of my breakfast, lunch, or dinner that I'm trying to save. It's the flavor of the wife.
Don't put that crap out there.
Sorry, honey, it's the truth.
Yeah, but I want everybody to know, man.
Honey, you think you're the only one that likes to have that done to you.
I don't care.
I'll bet you every woman on here does.
Yeah, but don't. Whatever.
I won't say it no more. See y'all got me in trouble now.
I don't want every guy in the neighborhood coming to me. Jeez.
Todd said he cut his long beard because of the Chinese buffet. It smelled like Chinese all day long. Me and the wife is laughing about that, Todd, Mike, Mickey. Baby Jane said sorry. They're a, she says they're a bad influence on me.
Well,
Yeah, it was Toby, Todd. Some people ask me, Larry, how did you stay with your wife for 20 years? You got to respect your wife. You got to treat her like she's an equal. You got to love her. You got to do things for her. And if she says something and I disagree, yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. No matter, it's supposed to be no, dear, but to keep her happy? It's yes, dear. I love my wife to death. I've been with her 20 years. And when I would not trade her for nobody. Don't know if y'all know, there's been videos showing that, I have lost my wife twice. She has died and been brought back.
I don't know why.
She don't know why she was brought back, but I think it was to help me raise our children together. And I thank God and Jesus Christ for that. Because I did need help. I'm not perfect. I'm a man. I can't show them a lot of love like the mommies do, or like I got from my mother. My wife's name's April, so if anybody wants to know, you don't have to call her Mrs. Larry. You can call her April. And y'all seen what she looks like. She just walked right behind me a few minutes ago. Yeah, I think they named her after the month, Baby
No,
Jane. Oh, she said they did.
I really don't know why, but hi, you guys.
See, y'all, there's my wife right there.
Love you.
Baby Jane says hi, April.
Oh, hi.
Even though I'm sorry I used that name because I'm not allowed to call you that, but
Only when you're mad at me.
yeah, well, someone, said it, so I repeated it. How many people around there are mad at Vaughn? All of them, Todd. Or Toby. All of them. Nobody likes him.
Well, I can't.
They think he's a scumbag. I don't know about a creep or whatever you call it. He's a scumbag. He disrespected his mother. He treated his mother like shit. Hell, I don't know what he did in court. He ain't been there in over 6 months. Yes, all of them. Nobody in Clay County likes him. We all know he's a two-faced liar and he mistreats people. Town scumbag, yes. And when you look up his address, he's not from Oneida, people. He's in Manchester. I'm in Oneida. Oneida starts at the bridge. Well, the next time, if I ever have to go back to court again for this case, I'm going to tell my lawyer and the judge if he's not in this courtroom with me, this case should be dismissed. If I'm a wheelchair man who's barely getting around paying people $20 to take me 20 miles down there to go to court, there's no reason he can't be there. He owns a truck. He can drive. He can walk. But he can video chat, but I have to be there? No. I'm done playing the game. We did a interview the other day on the 7th, to be exact. I can tell you what day I went to court. The 7th. They swore him on the bench. And he told everybody that Larry Frost posted a video of me and my mom in my mom's home that he had permission not to post. The judge looked at him. Did Larry post it? Yes, Larry posted it. Guess what? Larry didn't post that video on YouTube. He swore on the oath and on the stand that I'm the man that put them cameras in her house. I did not put the cameras in her house, and I got witnesses to prove it because I know the person who did. I know who ordered them, I know who paid for them, and I know who put them in the house. Because I'm power of attorney. I have to know all that before it even happens. I wish he would pay the courts back for wasting their time, baby Jane, but here's the kick. You can't get money out of a turnip. He ain't got no money. Where is he going to get money to pay anybody? He says he's going after secular opinion. As soon as he's done with me, he's going after Little Jim and secular. Judge already told him there ain't nothing you can do to secular opinion. He's in Canada. You can't do nothing to him. And Jim, you can't do nothing to Jim neither. You can't prove he changed the will. You can't prove that he took $25 million. It's all in your brain. You show me receipts showing that your mom had $25 million, James, then I'll believe you. Because the last bank statement I've seen with your mom having any big kind of money was $700,000, and that was back in the 1990 when she sold the funeral homes for $700,000. All three of them together. So how'd your mom even get over $1 million? Or was you in Texas sucking dick and sending her money? You said you were saving the hose. First it was in Texas and now it's in Hamilton. You were saving hoes all over the place. Well, I got news for you, buddy. I know a few pimps. They would have blown your head off or whooped your fucking ass for even getting involved. So I say that's a lie too. You get me one hoe that'll tell me that you saved her life and I'll believe you. James, like I said, I come from a state that says prove it to me. Show me the proof. You can't. I can. Blue, I do not know if he had any kind of homosexual intercourses when he was younger because I never grew up around him. I didn't know James until he was up in his almost 40s, right? Like probably a year or two before he met Andrea. I come down for a family reunion. That is the first time I met him and his mother. The only person on that side of the family that I knew before that time was my grandfather, Arnold, which is Alice's brother. And I met my Aunt Sophie, which is my grandfather's sister, too, which is Aunt Alice's sister, Sophie. I met her down in Orlando, Florida, because she lived there for over 10 or 12 years. And me and my dad would go fishing there when I lived in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I met my Uncle Floyd by driving down here and telling him I wanted a squirrel hunt. Asked him what time squirrel hunting started. He goes, well, if you ain't in the woods, you're late. So we went squirrel hunting. That's how I met my Uncle Floyd. My Uncle Art, I went to a family reunion. He died 3 months after that family reunion, so I barely got to even meet him. But I did get pictures. I did go to the funeral. Blue, I can tell you the name. I heard Ronnie Ray's the one that said that. But like I said, I have no idea. That's something that you would have to talk to Ronnie Ray about. I know y'all like me to go over there and beat the shit out of him and pile driver and all that shit to him, but I'd rather sit here and watch him cry and starve. And pretty soon, all the lights and everything else is going to be off because he can't afford to keep them going. When them kids, his parents, take over the properties, they will throw him out. He will be living under the bridge or living in the woods because there's nobody around here that's going to take him in. They all know how he is. I don't know if they're going to sell the property. I think if they're livable and I could rent them out, I try to rent them out because you're talking $2,000 a month clear money until the end of the year when you got to pay your property taxes. But you also got to remember if your hot water tank goes out, the landlord has to replace it. If you get a storm and your gutters fall off your place, the landlord has to replace it. So do they want to keep putting money into it as they're getting money out of it, or do they just want to sell it all, put it all in one big bank account and wait for them kids to turn 21 and give them their money? James says, I always tried to put stuff in his mom's head. People, if I was putting Alice's Hilton's mind the way mine was, I would have sold everything. I would have lived in a high-rise apartment building with 2 maids, 2 butlers, a driver, and enjoyed the rest of my life. And if I had 2 pennies left, the day that before I died, I would donate it to some kind of charity. I would have never left him 1 penny. And I will tell all 4 of my boys the exact same thing. You ever mistreat me like what he did to his mother, I will never leave you a thing. You don't deserve it. You got it while you were living, while I was living. You took the money while I was living. You couldn't wait until I was gone. Boy, I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm going to go to coffee tomorrow, people. I ain't had coffee all summer long. Mama, can I get cocoa? I know you was. Well, if he's got a water leak, that's his own problem. He needs to fix it, or call the lawyer and tell the lawyer and see what they tell him. We've replaced his bathroom, the same bathroom, twice in 1 year. The floor, the toilet, the tub, the whole shooting shabandle. Twice in 1 year. Is he letting his dog piss all over the floor? That will ruin the floors. There was no leaks in that trailer when I took over. We fixed them. I paid, well, Miss Alice paid to have them fixed. Yeah, I know because my cousin Joe crawled up under it inside dog shit all over the place to get them water pipes fixed for him. It's his dogs going up under the trailer and wagging their tails and hitting them pipes and breaking them. We told him a long time ago, keep them from going up under your trailer, James. It's going to fuck your ductwork up. It's going to fuck up your water pipes. Oh, no, no, they got to stay warm. Build a doghouse, James. Open the barn doors, James. Let them in the barn. No, he wants all that stinky, smelly shit up under his trailer. Y'all know he let Jerry and them girls pee down them vents that throws his heat in his house. The vents that throw the air conditioning in the house. They pissed and shit down them because he wouldn't let them out of the bedroom because he had them locked in where they couldn't go to the bathroom. Yeah, you're right. He didn't have them. He made them. Still the same thing in my book. They went where they had to go. Marcia was supposed to teach one of his girls how to write "I am hungry" in her dog shit and human shit all over the wall. And he says Marcia taught her that. Marcia told her to do that. Marcia has 3 kids. She has 2 grandbabies. And I've never seen that at her house. I've never seen her mistreat any of her kids or even her grandkids. Marcia is a very sweet, caring, understanding person. She will help anybody if she can. Wife said, don't get her mad, which ain't that true to all of us. We're lovable, we're sweet, we're kind, we will help anybody we can. But when you stab that knife in your back, that's when I come out fighting. Yes, I have been to Florida. I'd like to go live with a few people, but I don't think they're going to go live with me. So that's fine. That's okay with me. J Dub, I'd like to have you on the top of that list, buddy. Since you got a green dick. Yeah, I like green dicks. Why don't you come live with me? I'm going to turn your green dick brown when I shove it up your ass. You can stick up for Von Hilton all you want. You think you know everything? You don't know shit. You believe everything Vaughn tells you. Oh, I definitely already know he's in New York. He just won't answer me because, he called me out a couple of weeks ago, said he would stomp me in the ground. Well, Larry's in a wheelchair right now. I can't be stamped in the ground. But everybody, let me make this clear as day. I do have a brother in New York City. And if J Dubs wants a piece of it, I can give him a piece of it. All I have to do is tap on here and say, brother, meet him here. And my brother will meet him there. And J Dubs, I'll tell you how to tell if he's my brother or not. He'll be pulling up on what we call the hog. Oh, I forgot. You might not know what that is. That is a Harley Davidson motorcycle. And he won't bring no friends. He'll come by himself. He won't need no help. He stands about 6'3", about 310 pounds. So I mean, you won't miss him. You will see him coming. He looks like a big old long tree coming down the road. Vaughn, if I wanted you had, you've been had a long time ago. I want you to suffer. I want to watch you starve. And if you're starving, that is the most stupidest thing in the world, especially when the church 1 mile away gives food out all the time. The private school, Oneida Baptist Institute, gives food away all the time. There's no reason for you to be starving, but you're too stupid to go down there and get free food. Boy, my hair looks rough this morning, guys. Maybe I should have brushed it before I got on here with you all. I can imagine what my comments are going to be later tonight. Man, Larry's hair looked like a rat's nest or some shit. I really don't give a shit what I look like, people. I'm me. I'm not here to impress you or any nobody else. The only person I have to impress is my wife. She's happy with me. We had an argument last night because of this. I kind of wanted to clean it up, trim it up, shave a little off my face. She looked at me, I'll throw your razor away if you even thought about it. My wife does not want me to shave my beard.
Or your
Before my heart attack, my beard was middle of the chest. Another month, it would have been in the belly button. And 4 years ago, I now have to restart the whole damn thing over because I had 2 heart attacks and an open heart surgery. I believe he has rode a few hogs, but I don't think they're the kind of hog that I was talking about. And I don't know, where's he ever been near a hog? I don't think so. Nothing against you. You could say that. I can say I don't think he has. He'd be scared of it. Unless you're talking about his ex women. I don't know. I don't know what they look like and don't care. Don't put me wrong. I ain't been with skinny women all my life. I've been with some big women too. They need love too. As long as they treat you right, you treat them right. Yeah, he definitely had to ride in the sidecar. Can't believe I'm almost up to 30 viewers today. I did better today than I did yesterday. You all must be bored, huh? To sit here and just watch some old man talk about Stinky. Yeah, I'm not waiting on no phone calls. I'm tired of phone calls. I get them ones all the time. Will you donate money to the fire department? Will you donate money to the police? It's like listening to the radio in the background, Larry. Thank you, Riz. I just kind of want to make sure people know what's going on, what the truth is, and what ain't the truth. He talks a lot of shit. He does a lot of shit. Does he personally really think he's going to sell any of them planes? I thought about taking that $1,000 that I got right now and going to buy me a remote control plane. And then every time he tries to put his up in the air, I'm going to fly mine over his and bomb him. As long as I'm out on the street, there ain't much he can do. Oh no, if I'm gonna go big, I'm gonna go big. No little $50 drone's gonna do it. I want something that I'm gonna knock his down straight to the ground where it don't even try to take off. It'd be like the Russians trying to get off ground and the Americans coming in there and blowing every one of them up before they even leave the ground. By throwing it, he's got it off the ground, but it immediately goes straight to the ground. So he claims the CIA's coming. Let them come. What are they going to do? There ain't nothing they can do to me or anybody else. CIA has no district down here for no purpose. They are federal. They take care of different cases. What we got going on here is a piece of scum, trash, stinky person running his mouth saying things are happening and they're not happening. Because he's in some kind of fantasy land. You know, it's just like he took a shot at that little green alien and missed. 3 feet away and he missed. Hello. But then he's going to try to outshoot my father, who did Army 4 years, sniper training. And I got proof. I got my dad's paperwork. I got my dad's American flag. I got my dad's medal of his sniperness. Let me see all yours, James. I'm seeing what you guys are right, and you're telling me to hit top chat. I see top chat up there. But I don't want to get too far back away from you guys. I kind of trying to read what you guys are writing. And I'm trying to drink my hot cocoa, and I'm trying to have my morning cigarette. I ain't even having my morning painkillers yet. As long as I don't kick you guys off, I will see what I can do. Well, I don't know if I did it right, guys. I tried. Sorry, Riz, if I'm not getting all your messages. I'm trying to do it. As you all do know, let me repeat this, is I am very, very new to this. And if it wasn't for my 16-year-old son right now, I probably wouldn't even be on YouTube because I didn't understand how to get on, what to do, or any of that. He helped me. And then I finally learned how to go live without asking Secular Opinion or Mrs. Parker or Grumpy Lobster or any one of you guys to help me. I was able to do it on my own. There are things that I like to do. There are things I'd like to learn. It's going to take me a while to understand how you guys are telling me to do it. I want to learn how to invite people to come live with me where we can sit and have conversations. No, it is not saying live chat. It's saying, still saying top chat for some reason. Yeah, 30 years ago, Riz. So you guys pretty well know everything now. After 30 years of being on here, you would know everything. I looked there wasn't one that said live chat. But I will look one more time, and if I don't find it, guys, then I'm just going to keep going, and I will have to see if I can find it. I got one that says partials, pop out chat, Taka, Tapa, timestamps is what it's telling me on that little thing on the side. The arrow going down right next to top chat. I push top chat right next to it. It says some messages can be particularly spam, may not be available or visible. Okay, people. Now I am now live chat. Thank you guys for teaching me. Sorry if I didn't see some of your guys' messages, but Riz helped me get it all figured out. Thank you. Well, I knew about the horses and stuff, but I don't know about nothing else. I don't get into anything he does, guys, unless he says Frost. He says Frost's name, then he's got me involved. If he wants to play with horse vaginas, let him play with them horse vaginas. Hopefully he falls in one. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. I mean, I've only really been live 2 times, except the ones that I've posted, and they were both with Secular Opinion. So I'm just glad that I'm able to get on here and go live and talk to you guys and let you guys know what's going on, how things are going. I wish I can give you some more news on Stinky, like showing you the film of him being thrown out of his house. And when it does happen, I'm going to make sure I'm around that area. My shape is not in too good to fight anybody, but I personally think I will get out of my wheelchair if I can, and I would meet him in WrestleMania. But you guys would waste your money to go to WrestleMania to watch it because it ain't going to last too long. Like I said, he's 150 pounds. Right now, I can tell you exactly what I weigh because I was at the doctor's last week. I am 287 pounds. I am 5'11". Both of my hands, fingers, all of them, have been broke twice. When I hit a wall, I don't feel it. I don't care if it's a brick wall. I can't feel it. Imagine what I'm going to do to his jaw. No, he's at least 5'5". He ain't as tall as me. I had a laugh yesterday. People see them things hanging behind me. Somebody thought them were fly swatters yesterday. Them are coins. He's got some timber on him. That's okay. I got timber too. It's caught about a 45-pound arm. Them are my wheatback pennies, my buffalo nickels, and some of my gold dollars. I like to collect old coins. I like to keep eyes on them things. And some of them might be worth money, some might not be. I told everybody the other day, and I'll repeat it out there for the ones that wasn't on here the other day. Anybody out there say wheatback pennies? You got duplicates? Let me know. Maybe we can do some trading because I got some duplicates too. But there are a few that I am still missing. My oldest one is a 1917 penny. No mint mark. So that means it was in Pennsylvania Mint because that's who did it back in them days. Timber, I ain't worried about timber. He better worry about timber because he might need that piece of timber to use it for a leg to walk when I get done with him. Because my wife will tell you all, I won't fight fair if it comes down to the nitty gritty. I know he's got a bad leg. I've seen the leg. I will break that leg in half. That will be the first thing I aim for if I don't bust his jaw. No, I do not have no jewelry from the 1920s, and neither did his mother. She had costume jewelry from the 1960s. I know. I seen it. It was in the safety deposit box. James took it all. He tells people my family stole his guns. No, he sold them, and I got proof. Yeah, I would like to see that. I would definitely like to see me and Brock Lesnar versus Vaughn and J Dubs. That means I wouldn't have to do nothing. I'd be sitting on the side of the ring smoking me a big fat fucking hooter and letting Brock take care of them because we know they take care of both of them without a second thought. They'd be rag dolls. No, I think he tried to pawn them there, Frank, and they told him they wasn't worth nothing. So he just left them lay there on the counter. That's what my opinion is going to be because they were not worth nothing. Miss Alice liked them. They were pretty. And that's, if she liked something, she kept it. You know, you all can say I'm crazy or whatever, but there is one thing in Miss Alice's house. If I ever got my hands on it, that is something I would want. And her property's probably worth about 120, $125,000. The two trailers and the 167 acres. But I'd still take that one certain thing in the house. I cannot tell you guys what it is because if he figures out that I want it, he will burn it. He's already told the Frost family as soon as he gets back in that house, he's going to burn all the Frost pictures, even of the ones of his mother when she was 8 and 10, 12 years old. I catch him burning that stuff, I will throw him in the fire with it. That I guarantee. And I'll say he tripped over a piece of wood and fell in. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, he's getting a little old, but we all know he'd take Vaughn Hilton out quickly. Stone Cold Stunner right off the top, and Vaughn be done. You know, life is what you make it. You make it hard, it's going to be hard. If you make it easy, it's going to be easy. You do the right thing, and it's easy. Jack the Ripper, I'm just being me. That's just who Larry is. Larry's true foe. I have nothing to hide from nobody. You guys want to hear something, I'll say it as long as it don't gonna put me in jail. So anything around Aunt Alice's passing, I cannot talk about at this present moment until the Adult Protection Center gives me permission to start talking and posting. And the minute they say I can post, the movie will be released. I can probably already throw another movie together right now just using his YouTube channels. I can put a pretty good movie together right now just watching his YouTube channels. But I want more. If I'm going to make it a hit, I want it to go. I don't want it to be ranked number 20. I want it to be ranked number one around the world. The scummiest person of the world. What is 4 acres? Alice's house? No, it is not 4 acres. It's 167 acres. 3 mountains and a graveyard and a gas well and 2 houses. Then she also owns the property right next door, which is a 50-acre piece of land with a pond. And then on the other side of that, she owns a 1 acre piece of land that's empty, that had an old house from the 1800s there, and it burnt down. Then she owns the one that I'm in. She also owns another one that has a trailer and a house on it. So I would say all together, Miss Alice probably owns almost 300 acres of land down here. Does James think she got it all for free? Where do you think her $700,000 went? Hello, man with the plane pan. Brian, I do not know, or number 67, I do not know when he's going to get evicted. It's going to go by what the estate's going to do. The estate is in control of everything now. Jim and Millie was trying to help him out, and they were giving him the money in cash, and he started running his mouth about that. So now his $250 a month checks will come right from the estate in on a bank check, where he has to go to the bank to cash it. He says that he wanted money to pay his bills, plus he wants the 250, plus he wants um what do he call this? Allowances for all three of his kids, and he wants Jerry's check back. For one, he's not going to get no allowance for the kids. They're not in his home. Two, he's not going to get Jerry's check. Jerry is not in the home. So that canceled both of them. The will says he receives $250 a month. That's it. It don't say $250 and pay all his bills. It says $250 a month. That's it. I wouldn't waste 50 cents on him sending it to him. Grampy Irv. That's 50 cents that I can give to the homeless people. That's 50 cents I can give to a family that needs it and wants it and will use it for food instead of for airplanes that ain't even going to get off the ground. Says he can't get no jobs. Well, why can't he get a computer job? Burger King's hiring all the time for someone to answer the phones. He can do it right from his computer because he's lazy. He'd rather finger his horse vaginas. Yeah, exactly. I think it'll be gone within 2 weeks. Well, the 250 that they gave him, he was supposed to pay his light bill with it, and he went out and bought food and gas and whatever else, and then cried because his lights were being shut off. Come on, people. If you like what I'm talking about, you like it, you're interested in it, give me a thumbs up. The more thumbs up, the better I am. I got 30 of yous watching and only 15 thumbs up. So does that mean half of yous like it and the other half are trolls? If you're one of Vaughn's trolls or my troll and you want to go give it to Vaughn, please do. Let him see this video. I want him to see them all. I have nothing to hide. The judge says nothing from the videos that are recorded in her home. This ain't recorded in her home. This is recorded in my home. I can do whatever I want here, James. Why has not the animal control got him for abuse? I have no idea. Maybe because they know he's retarded and he can't help himself. I have no idea what's going on. They have been out there 3 or 4 times to try to take the dogs, and he says that he won't let them go because they're his dogs. They told him to go get license on them all. He still hasn't, and they still have not got him for it. But you let me hurt one of my dogs, and they'll be right out here arresting me and taking my dog. Well, it's time to take them pills. It's time to get ready for my meds to kick me in. 9 pills today. Boy, yesterday was hard because I had to take 10 of them yesterday. Today it's only 9, so that's a good thing. Do I think he's eating the puppies? Good possibility. I mean, I don't know if y'all know, he does get 250 in stamps every month. But when you're shopping at the Dollar General store, they're twice as high
No.
as Walmart's and Save a Lot and all them. I mean, my wife goes down there and gets some breakfast bowls that Save a Lot for $1.69, $1.79. The dollar store, they want almost $4 a piece. So for what she pays for one TV dinner at the dollar store, she can go over to Save a Lot and get 2 or 3. Is the truck registered and insured? As the present moment, as far as I know, yes. Yes, he gets 250 in stamps, plus he gets $250 a month from the estate. So the 250 might be able to feed him for the whole month. But the 250 from the estate don't pay his light bill and water bill. So one of them should be getting shut off really quickly here. Because last month his light bill was over 300, and that's so don't understand that, because on my bill was $167, and my son Larry has a window air conditioner. Arnold has a window air conditioner. I have a window air conditioner right dead behind me, and they're always running. My air conditioner has not been shut off in 3 months. Ever since summer got here, it's been running and it don't get, oh, maybe once or twice to clean the filters. Yeah, he's running his AC all day, and the ductwork is not right. His ductwork's wrong. It's got shit in it. It's got piss in it. It's been washed away by the floods, and he's still going to run it. We have no Audis near us. Closest Audis to us would probably be over 200 miles away. Remember, if y'all don't know, we live in a very, very, very small town. Manchester population's probably about 8,000, 10,000 maybe. Oneida population the last time I looked was 49. They just built a brand new Dollar General store, a dollar store inside Oneida. Yes. We got a brand new post office, and then the OBI, the private school, donated some land for the Family Dollar to put a Family Dollar there. Vaughn says Ronnie has demons. Y'all gotta take care of that. No, he don't have demons. Ronnie is a good guy. Ronnie did what he had to do. Ronnie did his time in the service. Did Ronnie come home a little messed up? Yes. He has something wrong with him, yes. Ronnie's these kind of guys that if you say the wrong word, Ronnie could snap. And that is why me and Ronnie both, and I'll say this clear as day, are very happy of our wives. Because our wives keep us out of trouble. They want to make sure that we're around to help take care of them and be part of their lives. They don't want us killing James. So, is Ronnie a little crazy? Yeah, he can be. Yeah. Ronnie's like me. Don't fuck with my family. You don't fuck with my kids. You start fucking with my kids, I'm going to hurt you. James, you never thought of it that way. You didn't give a shit who hurt your kids. You didn't give a shit nothing about your kids. You don't even care that they're in the damn foster parents' home right now. The only thing you care about is their money, not them, how they're doing. You literally put a live video out there saying they do not want to come home. You forget? We ain't. None of us out here has forgot about that. No, neither one of us is faulting because we both have respect for Miss Alice. Miss Alice was a very brilliant, smart, lovable woman, and we all loved her to death. And we best wishes on her. You know, I did not want to beat his ass because of his mother. That's the only thing that's ever saved him was his mother. His mother saved him from the family. His mother saved him from the army. His mother saved him from the child support, not going to jail for not paying child support. His mama gave him a roof over his head. His mama fed him until he had kids where he could start collecting them food stamps. And y'all, let me fill you all in something. Them food stamps, James didn't fill the paperwork out. Neither did Andrea. I know who did, and I can prove it. James didn't fill out the Social Security paperwork for Jerry to get a Social Security check because of his disability. I know who did. I can prove it. He will go live with me anytime I'm ready. And no, he is not my family member. He's married to my family member. The best thing for them babies was to get away from that piece of shit. I agree with you 100%. Miss Alice asked me one time, where did I go wrong, Larry? You spoiled him. Instead of taking that wooden spoon and beating his ass when he needed it, you gave him the goddamn gold spoon.
Hey, don't say that word.
Sorry, God, I didn't mean them words. Miss Alice gave him the gold spoon. She gave him anything he wanted. It was their baby boy, the only one her and Irvy ever had. They adopted Glenda, yeah. Their only child was James Vaughn Hilton. So yeah, they spoiled him. He did what he want when he wanted, wherever he wanted. They both worked every single day, and when they came home, they made dinner and they went to bed. Stinky did whatever he wanted to do. If coddled means spoiled, rotten, yes, that is him. No, he don't. He won't talk about that to the judge. He knows he'd get laughed right out of the courtroom. Good morning,
Afternoon.
or as my wife said, you're late. It's good afternoon now.
Well, almost.
Up. See, she can't even tell time. It's only 11:30. It is still morning.
You know what? I'm
I love you, baby.
gonna.
See, y'all get me in trouble again.
Don't blame them. You did it.
I know I did it, not them. I still love you, baby, and I love them too.
Well, I know that, but
People, I got to do a blackout here for a minute. Give me a minute. I will be here. I ain't going nowhere. I just need to black out a minute. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back with you.
it would help if I turned off the fan.
Don't put me wrong. I'm still here, people. I just need a blackout for a minute. Getting all my pills ready. Getting my painkiller ready. No, I'm not eating breakfast. If I was eating breakfast, I wouldn't even be on here. I'd stop the live, go eat, and then come right back because my name's not J Dubs, and I'm definitely not stinky. I don't eat in front of the cameras, even though when I talk, there ain't no food in my mouth. When there's food in my mouth, I'm chewing with my mouth closed, eating because I like to eat. If no one's caught that video, let me fill you in. I love to eat. What is going on? I must have hit the edited. Everyone's still there. I can't see nothing. Okay, I'm back, people. Sorry. Just had to have a breakout for a minute. Getting my morning pills all ready. See them, guys? 9 different kinds of pills in there. There they are. Now it's time to take them all. Little late on my pills, but hey, I got a Mimi. That's the main thing. Yep, I agree. I agree there, Brian. Or Mr. 67, should I call you? 10:30 in Florida. I've lived in Florida before. Lived in Fort Lauderdale almost 3 years. Northeast 13th Court. Honey, did you put my painkiller away last night?
What? No, I didn't touch your painkiller.
Well, it might be in the box. The painkiller box. Let me get my painkiller box, people.
Find it.
No, not the one in the package. Nope, here it is. I found it. Should I do a little painkiller today or should I just do a big painkiller today?
Well, they both stink, so it don't matter.
Yeah, I know they both stink, baby. But when I get done, there's no pain.
You want pink, not me.
No, baby, I don't want pain. Not from you, that is. I get enough pain from you. I was wondering if Vaughn returns the peanut butter buffet with Midnight. I don't know, but if Midnight likes peanut butter, I can give her some peanut butter. I probably got about 8 or 10 cases of it here that church gave away last year that's still good. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I did 8 tablets, a gel pill, and now I'm trying to figure if I want a little painkiller or do I want a heavy duty painkiller. If I do a heavy painkiller, I'll be passed out here on live chat within an hour. I smoke the low pain, I'll be fine for the rest of the day. Yes, until the tourists are all gone, there's 67. We dealt with that when I lived down there for them 3 years, buddy. The rent went up, everything goes up when them tourists come in. See? My little painkiller. And here's the heavy duty painkiller. Y'all see the difference? Oh no, it's painkillers. It ain't no homegrown. Well, I'll tell you the truth. 67, all of it's homegrown. It's just who's home. Well, I got about 2,000 acres of natural forest sitting behind me so I can grow all I want without getting busted. Some does, some don't. Just matters who and where it's coming from. As you all know, it is still illegal in the state of Kentucky. But because of my medical purposes, I get it. Hey, my thumbs up is climbing on me. Yeah, and I like to see that. Y'all know I'm after Vaughn. I want to pass him up. I want to pass him up. I want to be there. I mean, I can imagine what his face is looking like when I'm getting more viewers than him. Yeah, I have never did anything with the government myself. I kind of wish sometimes that I would have joined one of the services. And right now I can be collecting from there instead of Social Security. Well, I hope I can outrun him backwards and pass that foo, because that's what I'm up to. I just want the truth out there, people. That's what I really want. I want the truth out there. The Frost family that I come from, none of them is bad. I've never met a bad one. Yeah, I know that's where he's at now. And I don't even go over there. Boring these days? I think he's been boring the whole time, to tell you the truth. And I've seen them all at least twice. Some of them I been cutting clips and trying to keep the clips for parts of the movie. Like the one that his mom said he's got maggots crawling in the pizza box right there. And that's why they took his kids. Oh no, them ain't why he took my kids. Then he literally read it on the piece of paper that he just got from the children's services, saying because his house was dirty and nasty is why they took the kids. But he just told his mom he didn't. I mean, he literally lied to his mother and to us all right there twice in one word, one sentence. He lied to both of us. Yeah, retarded planes that can't even get off the ground without help. If I'm gonna spend money on a plane, people, I'm gonna get one with an engine, remote control, and I'm gonna be able to take it up off the ground. I'm gonna be able to fly it around the neighborhood. I ain't gonna get something that I can't get off the ground for the last 3 years. He even got one with a motor. He still can't get it off the ground. Shows you how smart he is. I got $10 that says his handicapped child Jerry becomes smarter than him. I mean, I can say this clearly. I stuck up for him the first time I met him because his hair was down the middle of his back. When he come out for the first family reunion I was there, he looked like the fucking rats were sleeping in his hair. Never combed it, never brushed it, never did shit. Just walked outside with 200 people standing in your yard celebrating a family reunion to get himself something to eat. His mom told him to go comb his hair. Don't worry about me. I do what I want. You don't know what you're talking about, old lady. I told him, don't disrespect your mother. Go in there and brush your hair, where you look halfway decent. Oh, she just don't like long hair. Leave me alone. You don't know what you're talking about. I took my baseball cap off my head and my hair was longer than his. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been there. I've done that. I respect my elderlies. I respect my great aunt. I don't even know Grumpy Lobster, but I know he's older than me, so I respect him until I can prove him wrong. And that goes for any of you older than me. Even younger than me. I respect all of you. If I find out you lied to me, then so what? Our friendship's gone. You got to lie to me to keep me as a friend, then you don't need me as a friend. Because I don't like to lie to nobody or nothing. You don't like the way I look? Tell me. I don't care. You don't have to wake up to me every single day. My wife does. Do I think he cast a spell on me? No. I think I cast a spell on myself a long time ago by partying my ass off every single day and working my ass off every single day, and I wore my body down. I think that is what happened to me. I think I ate a little too much when I was growing up. I'm a eater. It wasn't hard for me to go into the Golden Corral and eat 8 plates. And there's no potatoes, no rolls, no pieces of cake, No pudding, no veggies, straight meat department. I'd go in there and eat 4 or 5 of their steaks with 10 pieces of fish, a whole meatloaf, maybe 8 or 10, 12, 15 pieces of chicken breast. I would destroy the meat department. Yeah, the Golden Corral spoiled me. You're right. And I also closed the store. They are no longer in business. Me and the manager had it out. I went in there one day, got a piece of meatloaf, and it was cold, and I told him. He told me that I didn't know what I was talking about. I looked at him, I said, buddy, let me fill you in on something. I have been a restaurant manager. I have been a restaurant cook. I have been a restaurant prep cook. I have been a restaurant dishwasher. You ain't telling me nothing about a restaurant that I don't know. And when I went home that night, I called the main office and told them about their piece of shit manager in London, Kentucky. Within a month, the whole place was closed down for good. I hate to see them go. Love their foods. We still have another one in Richmond. I hear they're good. One day I will make it up that way when I go to see my son in college. And we will go to the Golden Corral and I will check their food out. And if it's no good, I will tell the manager that. You can't stay in business if you're serving nasty foods. White Castles love them. Only problem, you got to eat so many of them. Especially, I mean, some of you people probably eat 2 little White Castle burgers and be done. I'd eat 24 and look at you and say, what are you making for the dinner? To me, them are one bite sandwiches. No, we do not have we don't have nothing around us, people. London, Kentucky is the biggest city near us right now. And they do have a few things there, but I don't know exactly because I don't go there. I can't afford to drive the 30 miles, 35 miles every week. I go to the Little Save a Lot and get my food, and I bring our butts back home, and we live here for the 30 days until it's time to go get our food again. Yeah, yeah. See, you do 12 and the fries, exactly. Now, see, that's me. I wouldn't touch your fries. I'm a meat eater. I want the meat. I want the burgers. And it's time for the painkiller. So, do you guys all just sit at home every day and watch for me to come on? Do you guys work? What do you guys do for a living? Maybe it can help me out. I did a little bit of everything growing up. I've drove ice cream truck. I've been a cook. I've been a roofer. Been a landscaper. Been a window maker. Been a ketchup maker. Been a snow removal man. A Kool-Aid man, the wife says. I worked for some sugar company. And you know, I had Kool-Aid 2 years after I quit that job. That is a good that prime. That might be an opportunity. I will talk to him about it. You know, do I know anything else? I know how to hunt. I know how to fish. I mean, I did a lot of little things when I was growing up. I went to wherever the money was good. I even worked for Burger King for a whole couple hours until another company called me and said they were going to pay me almost $1 more, and I went there. My first job was bagging groceries at 16 years old. I quit high school, ninth grade. I quit. And I went bagging groceries because I had a girl pregnant. She lost the baby. She went on her way on her life because me and her wasn't getting along too good. She had other things in her life. She wanted something more important in her life than me, so she went on with her life. 43 years later, we are still friends. And I know her husband. I know all four of her kids. Would you saying you're a stay at home cat wrangler? As you said that, I'm glad you said that. I never wrangled cats, but I did a poodle. When I was 12 years old, one of my aunts up in Toledo would pay me $5 an hour to come over and watch her dog and make sure he had fresh water and let him out every hour to go pee. And I got paid $5 an hour to do that. I was making more money letting that dog out than I was making bagging groceries. So I've been a dog caretaker too. So am I racist? No, I don't think I am racist because I don't care what color you are. You're all human. I don't care if you're black, white, green, or orange. You're human. God made you. A lot of people use that N word for black people. I don't think that's right. To me, the word nigger belongs to any person who disgraces the earth, who disgraces people like James Von Hilton. To me, James is a nigger. He don't respect no one's wishes. He don't believe nobody. It's all him. If you don't believe in him and his gods, then you're the worst person in the world. Do I have friends that are not my color, white? Plenty, plenty, and I can have them all come on here. Every one of them. I have one right now that lives over right like a mile from Miss Parker. He is one of my oldest and dearest friends. I remember him back in the seventh and eighth grade, and we've been friends ever since. Yes, I don't try not to use that N word, but to me, that's what that word is. I mean, it ain't what color. I called my own father white as me, my own father one, because we went to McDonald's and ate, and he took his wrapper and his pop cup and everything and threw it outside on the road. He didn't pull over and throw it in somebody's garbage can. He didn't pull over at some restaurant and throw it in their garbage can. He didn't wait until he got gas the next time because we're on a big trip. He threw it out in the middle of the highway. That's disrespecting the United States. That's disrespecting the world in my book. Like I said, we're all different. Every single one of us. Some of you probably do that. Some of you probably don't. Some of you probably agree with me. Some of you probably don't. And I don't care. I'm just Larry. I'm telling you what I think. No, I will not use that word again. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood what word we were trying to talk about. YouTube, I am sorry if I did something wrong. Some people say, oh, you might be. No, no, there's no way I'm racist. You give me a chance to go out with Janet Jackson and watch how quick I'm all over that. You want me to name a few more? Because I can think of a few more dark skinned women that are hot. I can name Chinese women that are hot, Asians, white, all women are hot. A lot of people look at the outside and say, oh, she's ugly. People, it ain't the outside that counts, it's the inside. I don't care if she's the ugliest woman in the world. She can have a heart of gold. And them are the kinds you want to keep. Sorry to tell you, them are the ones you really want to keep. I know. Been there, done that. I've been with some real good hotties who thought their stuff didn't stink. I've been with a few fatties and uglies that didn't think they mattered, but they did. They had hearts of gold. They were special. One I was ready to marry, but like I told you guys earlier, her kids broke it up. I literally moved 2,000 miles away from home to be with her, and it didn't work. Her kids said I was cheating on her. She threw me out in the cold. 2 years later, she tried to beg me back, but I've already went on with my life. Until the day she died, she she told me every week, "I am so sorry that we called it quits, Larry." Oh, there's another job, guys. I forgot to mention that job. I was a car wash man. I washed cars. I've also been a semi truck driver, washing semi trucks. And when I said I cooked a lot, I cooked a lot. I cooked for Bob Evans. I cooked for a little greasy spoon called Jamaico's. I cooked for Stony Ridge Truck Wash, or Stony Ridge's Trucks restaurant, and I worked for their car truck wash thing. I did both of them. When I was growing up, it was all about making money. If I had to work two jobs to make big money, then that's what I did. Personally, I think if my cousin wouldn't have died, I think from the time I became that roofer, I would have stayed that roofer until I retired because the money was there. But my cousin passed on and the business shut down. No, I've only been in Hamilton, Ohio twice in my whole life. I was 6 years old with my grandmother chasing me out of her apple trees. And then at 8 years old, I went fishing with my Uncle Little Jim. Most of my cooking jobs were in Toledo, Ohio. Don't forget to thumbs up me, people, if you like what you're seeing. If you like the conversation, give me a thumbs up. If you don't like the conversation, tell me you don't like the conversation, and maybe we can find something else to talk about. Have I worked since I moved to the state of Kentucky? No, I have not worked since the day I moved into the state of Kentucky because I don't have to anymore. My job is to take care of my children, our children. There's a certain circumstantial thing that happened that I literally have to take care of my children, our children. Dear, I'm not posting nothing about it.
It's not my fault either.
Oh, you prime, I definitely know where the Michigan is. We've been up Michigan a lot. Did a lot of fishing, did a lot of hunting, got a lot of family up in there. When I say Toledo, I'm talking within the 60 to 80-mile radius all the way around it, buddy. There's family all over there, me. No, because I don't say I am racist because I don't care what color you are. Me, you're part of God. God made you. If you're dark, that means you guys were out in the sun too much. You didn't have enough shade. I don't know why God changed our colors, and it don't matter to me. To me, we all bleed red. We are all the human race. Bowling Green, Ohio, been there plenty of times. Been there. My stepdad lived just outside Bowling Green. Yeah, it's the way I was raised. It's what I am taught, people. That's why we're all different, and I keep saying that to everybody. Everybody's different. I am a 58-year-old man. You put a 70-year-old man or an 80-year-old man on here with me, and bring me a 30-year-old boy, and look at the difference between all three of us. We all have different beliefs. We learn from our parents. We learn from our grandparents. My grandmother used to grab me by my ears and drag me to the church, no matter if I wanted to go or not, because she thought that was the best for me. Did I ever finally get out of the church? Yes. Did I ever start fighting with grandma and hiding from grandma for I didn't have to go? Yes. Did I hide from grandma because I wanted to let my hair grow to the middle of my back? And she likes to cut it every year to make sure I'm wearing a crew cut? Yes, I hid from her. I'm not going to lie. I love her to death. But I hated getting haircuts after so long. I hated going to church. But you know something? When my life went bad, I knew I better get righteous with God because it's Him that kept me growing up. He's the one that taught me things that I needed to know. My grandparents helped me a lot. My mother helped me a lot. And I am me because of my grandparents, my mother, and my stepfather. I didn't say my father, my stepdad. He's the one that raised me. He's the one that taught me how to fish. He's the one that taught me how to hunt. He's the one that taught me how to treat women. He's the one that taught me how to cook. He's the one that taught me that money's important. If you don't have money, you don't really get much. You don't have much. Can't get a girlfriend if you can't take her to dinner. You think she just wants you to come over and say hi, let's go get it on? No. They want to go to the movies. They want to go out to eat. They want to do something. They want to dance. They just don't want to crawl in bed. Have I ever been to Akron, Ohio? I've never stopped there, but we have went through there. And to be honest, my wife is from almost in that area.
Sorry, guys.
Honey, they can hear you, but it's not bothering them. My wife was born in Fremont, Ohio. I got family members, I think, over there towards that area right now. And then I got some a little bit further south. Did who live in a gingerbread house? If they did, I probably would have ate the house. Back to the same question. I do not know what Vaughn was like when he was younger. I did not live around him. I did not meet Vaughn until 15 years ago. When I moved to the state of Kentucky, I met Vaughn. King of the mountain, I doubt it. There's a lot more people down here that can be the king. Yeah, I would eat a gingerbread house. I just wish it'd be made out of T-bone steak instead of gingerbread. And yeah, I love the green forest. I get hungry, I can go kill a deer, rabbit, squirrel, even a snake if it comes down nitty gritty. You gotta eat, gotta eat. I ain't too hot on sweets. I used to be a while. And then I just like, with everything going on, I laid off the sweets and just made sure I ate my proteins, which is meat. Tell you the truth, I only knew one Ginger, and definitely would not, because that would have been my aunt. You know, I thought about doing some live videos about a few other people. If y'all didn't catch the beginning of this show, you might want to go back to the beginning because I didn't just talk about Stinky today. I added something new. Right, Shanny and Rev? I still feel the same way, Rev. 2.5 hours later, buddy. Somebody should stomp you in the ground for laying your hands on that boy. And the father of that child, I do not know who he is. If I was you, I'd get a ticket and go right to where he's at, and I would be meeting him. The next time he walked out his door to go get a pop, a beer, a joint, I don't give a shit what he's going after. Next time he would have walked out his door, I'd be getting him. That I promise. You don't lay your hands on my kids. Period. You want to fight my kid, you better be the exact same age. If you're a full grown adult and you think you're going to hit on my 16, 17-year-old kid, you got another thing coming. Well, they need to be somewhere. I think Rev needs to be in jail. Under the bridge is too good for him. Him hitting a kid, to me, he needs to be in jail. And Rev, you know, you're only like a state and a half away from me. Didn't they say you're over there in that Pennsylvania somewhere? This is Kentucky. There's only one state between us, buddy. And it just happens to be my state, Ohio. And I'll say that to any one of you men out there. You guys have balls to smack on your kids and beat on your kids. Come and beat on me. I'll take the punishment for them. They do wrong, put them over your knee and spank them. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you got to wait until they're 16 and they're a little too big to put over your knee, huh? You should have did it when they were little and taught them right from wrong. You should have taught them to put their clothes away. You should have taught them to pick up their toys. You should have taught them how to cook. You know, when they get 18 years old, you think they're just going to find a wife and she's going to cook the rest of their life? Or your kid's going to run to McDonald's every single day? No, you want them to be able to learn how to cook where they can sit at home and make a good hot. You know how I got my wife, people? I cooked her dinner one night. I cooked her spaghetti and meatballs and she fell in love. Did she fall in love with me or my food? I'm sorry to tell you. And I know it's for a proven fact, no matter if she says yes or no. She fell in love with my food, not me. And when she got another meal that following week, I wasn't never getting rid of her. She was packing up and moving in because she wanted that food every night. You know, they shouldn't call these painkillers. They should call them the truth tellers.
No, they should call them stick bombs.
Stink bombs? Yeah, I think they already call them that sometimes, baby. Oh, I'm a local? I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm not a local. I'm just telling the proven facts. Can I give you a tour of my what? Domains? Whatever that word is. No, not no more, Nikki. That word did get used once out here, and we got it took care of. A lot of people have definitions for that N word. Some people use it for one thing, and some people use it for others. I understand, and I am sorry if I offended anybody, or I hope I don't get in trouble for it, guys. You'll find out if I do or not, if they throw me out. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to tell you guys my version of it because to me, it's not a nationality, it's not a color of the skin. You all can think whatever you want. Like I said, we all think different. That's the way I look at it. We all think different. Me and me and Todd are not the same. Me and Toby are not the same. Even though we're both men, we're both up in our middle ages. Rob, you know, you're probably up in there in the middle ages too, but you don't think like us. There's differences that you got between me and Todd and Toby. We all different. God made us different. Oh, I'm not gonna rage, Rob. I guarantee you that. There's only one way I'm gonna rage, and if anyone brings it up here on this right now, I don't care. I'm gonna laugh at you and block you because I don't give a care. You don't talk about my kids, and I've said that clearly for all last 5 videos I've posted. The worst thing to get me mad is talking about my children. The day Stinky said that I was ripping his mother off and sending my son to college, I wanted to rip his head off. And I didn't care if I went to jail. There's only one thing that saved him, and that's that woman sitting right there next to me. And she knows it, and I know it. Because my kids are number one. And back to the conversation, if your kids are not number one in your life, then you need to check your life. When you pick a man or a woman over your children, you need to check your life. You laid in bed, you made them kids. It is your responsibility to take care of them, feed them, clothe them, make sure they are getting the medical assistance they might need to grow up to be right citizens in the United States of America. And if you can't, keep your legs closed. Get that thing cut off if you ain't going to use it the right way. Yeah, Larry, I try not to lie to nobody. I'm not going to try to lie to nobody. I'm going to tell you the truth, and I'm going to tell you guys how I feel and what I do and what I don't do. I don't give a shit. I don't care about nothing. I'm an old man. You know, people talk. I seen parts of Nick Bravo today on there. Him driving around in his car talking about something. I watched it 2 minutes. I got off there. I tried to talk to Nick once. Nick, quit posting crazy shit on there and people wouldn't talk shit about you. He ignored me. Think one of these times I'm going to have to go live with Nick. Told him he's having problems where he lives. Move. I always did. You don't like where you live? Move. There ain't no jobs there? Move. You can't. You can't afford it. Bullshit. All it takes is a thumb and a backpack. And don't tell me it don't, because I moved to Fort Lauderdale, Florida with a thumb and a backpack and made it for 3 years almost. Don't tell me it can't be done. I know. Honestly, I live down 13th Court, Northeast 13th Court. Used to go to that, what are they, some kind of workforce place there on the corner of Andrews and 13th or something like that. There's a workforce place that was right there on the corner, and we go there every day to make money. Oh, yeah, he's still stinking, and yeah, he's still mad as the place he's going. None at all. None at all. Like I said, I never met him until after I moved down here. I never met Alice until I moved down here. The only people I knew in Hamilton, Ohio was my grandfather, Arnold Frost, Reva Frost, which is my grandmother, and I knew Uncle Little Jim. My dad, me, my father, me, and Uncle Little Jim and Grandpa Arnold were all going to go fishing on Uncle Little Jim's boat on the Ohio River, because I'm used to fishing the Lake Erie and Maumee River. So I wanted to try a new lake. I mean, I was 8 years old. I loved to fish. Yeah, he's got his heater and air conditioner, but no ductwork on it. All the ductwork's been ripped off because it got too full with shit or piss, or the dogs has tore it apart, and he wants someone to fix it, and they're not paying nothing to get it fixed right now. They ain't fixing nothing at none of the houses until they figure out what's going on. I need a few things here right now. You look at the pictures I posted on Facebook of my front yard. I don't even have a front yard. I need a bulldozer in here and probably 2 or 3 truckloads of rock are coming out of my front yard and being shipped out of here. And I mean truckloads, 20 tons each. Yes, I have caught walleye in the Maumee. Plenty of them. White bass, smallmouth bass, catfish. Yeah, we caught a lot of fish. I caught a lot of walleyes, to be honest. Mr. Gucci, or... Yes, I do eat fish. All kinds. Yep, well, anytime Vaughn thinks he wants to outfish me, let me know. And I'll even fish in his own backyard if he wants. That shows you me how much. Here's the kicker. I want to know where Vaughn's going to get some fishing poles to go fishing. He don't own none. At this present moment, I own 4 of them, and all 4 set up for catfish right now. What do I hunt? I have hunt squirrel. I do hunt rabbit. I have hunt deer. Them are about my main 3. Anything that I can pretty close eat that's got a little bit of meat. Rabbits and squirrels are starting to kind of. I really only will kill them if I have to, because if you're going to sit down at a dinner table with me with squirrel, we're going to at least have to have a dozen of them. Not 1 or 2, a dozen. Rabbit, you're going to have to at least kill 4. Yes, I've seen his planes that he makes. Yeah, well, yeah, he might be able to make a faint. Yeah, that. Yeah, maybe it might work. Won't match mine. What is the biggest catfish I've caught? 52. Blue. You know there are different kinds of catfish. It was a blue cat, and it was in a paid lake. Biggest one I've caught off the Maumee River, probably anywhere from 10 to 12 pounds. Have I ever bagged a buck? Yes, I have. I've got a 4 pointer. That's my biggest one so far. Hunting ain't easy, people. It ain't like you just walk out there and 5 minutes later they walk in front of you and kill them. If that ever happens to you, I'm sorry, that's not hunting. That's called luck. Pure luck. It took me a couple years to get one. Nick, I believe you would cry, and guess what? So would I have. You have heard of 9 points? Honey, they go up all the way into the 26, 27, 28 pointers. It just matters how long they stay on them mountains and stay away from man. The better they eat, the better the stuff they eat, the better the antlers become. How both hands tell you the truth. Both hands could have went in there. I have pictures. I'll have to dig them out. I have pictures. Like I said, my name's not James. I take proof pictures. I prove stuff. If I'm going to say something, I make sure I get the picture to prove it. And if I don't have a picture, I got another human being that will admit to it because they were there too. Because there's barely any fat in deer meat, or as you put the word, Venice. That's its real name is. It ain't deer, it's Venice. You know, I had a friend of mine come one time, and we were talking about deer meat once. She said she didn't like deer meat. I like, did you ever try it? Oh, you know I have. My dad's a hunter. Both of my brothers are hunter. They make it all the time at home. I won't eat it. I don't like it. I tried it. I don't like it. I like, all right. One night, her and her boyfriend stopped over. Hey, Larry, how's it going? Pretty good. Getting ready to sit down and eat dinner. Oh, that looks kind of good, Larry. Can I try it? Yeah, you can try it. I don't care. We got plenty. She tried that. She goes, "Oh, now that's some good, Larry. That is real good. What is that?" And I looked right dead in her eyes and said, "Bambi." No, no, Larry, that's not Bambi. That is no way that's Bambi. I've tasted deer before. That is not a Bambi. Okay. Believe what you want to believe. Wasn't a day or two later, she come over again. I got deer meat on that plate again. This time it's in chili. I put it in the chili instead of beef. I used the deer meat chopped up and ground it up. She ate it, loved it. She asked me, "Well, what kind of meat was that?" "That's another Bambi." "No, no, no. You know something, Rhonda?" I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the name. "Sorry, my neighbor, but look in the garbage can. See if you see a Food Town or Kroger's or whatever grocery store that was near me then, wrapper for that meat. All you're going to do is find a big fat piece of brown wrapper that says what deer it was and when it was killed." "You're lying to me. You're lying to me." No, I didn't lie to her, guys. She loved it. It ain't the food, it's who the cook is. It's your seasonings, it's your spices, it's what you put the food, how you cook the food. That deer meat that first night, I'll squeal my guts on what we did. We took the back straps, if any of y'all know any parts of the deer, we took the back straps and we put a little bit of salt and pepper and a little garlic on the meat, put them in a big old pan getting ready for the oven. I opened 2 cans of mushroom gravy and dumped it all over them. I put it in the oven for 5 hours at 250. And when you pulled it out of there and you put it on your plate, when you took your fork and stuck it, it fell apart. It fell apart. It was delicious. She loved it. It just matters who's cooking it, how you're cooking it, and what love and seasonings you guys put in it. My wife went almost 8 years without letting me cook cabbage or Brussels sprouts in my own home. If I was eating either one, I had to be at a restaurant eating it. And then she wouldn't kiss me after. One day I conned her into letting me make them at home. She said, "Yeah, it's summertime. I'll sit outside." When they all got done, she come in. "Them kind of look good, honey. Can I try one?" "Yeah, honey, you can try one." She tried it. Now today I can go buy 5 bags of Brussels sprouts. There won't be none here in 5 days. She will eat a bag a day until they're all gone. She learned how to cook them. She knows what to put in them. She knows what to make them, how to make them taste good. Vaughn is an egg. Yeah, I love good fried cabbage. I like cabbage, period. I used to call pigs in the blanket. Down here, it ain't pigs in the blanket. It's down here, they call it cabbage rolls. Down here, a pig in the blanket is a biscuit wrapped around a hot dog. Me growing up, pigs in the blanket was pork and beef and rice and a bunch of seasonings all wrapped up in a cabbage leaf and have some tomato sauce or tomato paste put on the top. I was kind of that same way too. I'd almost eat anything that was meat. Don't put me wrong. I like potatoes. I like stuffing. I like all foods, but I kind of tried to stuck to the meat once. If I'm paying out at a restaurant like a smorgasbord, it was all meat. I went to KFC's all you can eat. I never touched their potatoes or anything else over there. Give me all the chicken breasts they had there, and I'd eat them until I couldn't eat no more. I don't know what he listens to, and I don't even know what that GOL word is that someone just put down. So, can you kind of put it where the words that Larry, a sixth grader, could understand? Well, yeah, but has there ever been anything that they have made that you didn't like? There are some people that do that. You know, like I said, I think my wife got with me because of my cooking. And in the 20 years that we've been together, I've been able to teach her how to cook. And but to me, that betters her. Because when I do go pass on and she's still got another 15, 20 years to go, she knows how to cook anything she wants. If she's hungry for that certain food, she knows how to make it. Yeah, whatever that mixed meat is, that's kind of, I mean, we've used hamburger, I've used pork, we've used sausage, I mean, use it all. Deer, never tried it with fish. I don't think I'd ever try. I don't know if that'd be any good. What is the best dish that my wife cooks for me? When we first got together or now? Now, I'll repeat my favorite meal spaghetti and meatballs. And that is the first thing I taught her. I taught her what seasonings to put in, what to make it, how to make it taste right, how to keep you from getting heartburn, how to get your neighbors to beg you to make it for they can come over for dinner that night. The last time I talked to Irvy personally, face to face, would have been on the phone. When I told him I'm going to come over there and hit him so hard in his mouth's going to get wired. And then he started saying something about I said I was going to hit him in the throat. I've sent invitations. I've made phone calls to his house. He's got caller ID. He knows it's me. I called to give him the money to go up there to the hospital to see his mother. He wouldn't answer the phone. Other people offered him money to go up there to the hospital to be with his mother. No, he didn't take it. He didn't go. People offered him money to go to the funeral home. He didn't take it. Said he was afraid there was going to be too many guns there. There was no guns in the funeral home at all. Were they sitting in the parking lots in the cars? Yeah. There's a few of the Frost that carry guns. So yeah, I guarantee there is a few there. Yeah, see, I try not to forget none of that stuff, so. I bet you're popular with your neighbors. My neighbors know me. Yeah, they're all family. Not my family, but they're all family. Tell you the truth, I think all my neighbors wish I'd move. They love me to death. I love them to death, but they want me to move. Why? Because my last name's not what theirs is. There are 7 houses down this road, and they're all owned by the same last name. They're all owned by one person, one relationship. I mean, the sisters and brothers, every one of them own them. So, yeah, they sure like to have the last house in the road theirs too, but it didn't work that way. Miss Alice Hilton got it. My neighbors, I do anything for them. They do anything for us. There's one that's 4 houses down, probably about a half mile down the road there. He puts a big old garden in every year. He brought over 200 ears of corn over here last week. Larry, you guys need any corn? I was like, buddy, I ain't got no teeth. We don't eat them. The wife don't know how to can, so we can't put none in, canning area. He's like, all right. Just wanted to check. I did take a couple of tomatoes. I did get a couple of his cucumbers. Well, and that's what our family does. Our friends down here, people, your neighbors. I mean, you're supposed to try to help each other out. If you got too much of something, share. Like I said, I went over to OBI and took loads of stuff. I've loaded my dad's pickup truck completely down. And I would drive all over the Manchester area around Oneida, Kentucky, and give it to all my friends that I knew that couldn't make it there. Make sure they had food and drinks and things that they might need. I ain't greedy. I like to share. I like to make other people happy too. I like to make sure other people have stuff. I got a friend. I ain't say no names because and he gets his check and he runs straight to the dope man. Gets himself some smoke, and 2 days later he calls me. My daughter's hungry. I don't know how I'm gonna feed her. Can I borrow some money? I ain't got no money to borrow, buddy. I got my own bills to pay. I got to pay my bills and feed my children. Your daughter hungry? Bring her over here. I'll feed her. Her, not you. Her. You think you should spend all your money on your drugs before you pay your bills? That's wrong. You think you should buy your drugs before your kids eat and got food to go all week long? You're wrong. My bills are all paid. There's enough food in my house right now that I can go 2 months. The only thing I need is a little more meat. Now that C-19's gone and they shut my food stamps back down to normal price, I loved it when they were giving me that double price food stamps. I think they should give it to me again. Now that the food prices has all went up. I mean, I went from getting 300 in stamps almost to 800 in stamps. And I've been surviving off 300 a month for how long? And you're going to hand me 8? We went hog wild. I went and took some money, bought me another deep freezer, went over to Save a Lot and bought rolls of hamburger. They had it like 250 a pound. I think I bought 120 pounds. It lasted us 3 months. I am socialist. Does that mean I like to talk a lot? Because that is true. I do like to talk. But the only thing difference between me and Stinky there, Frank, is everything coming out of his mouth's a lie. Mine's the truth. And if you want to front me on it, let me know what you want to front me on, and I'll dig out the receipts and show it to you. And then when I'm done showing it to you, you can apologize to me. I mean, what else? I mean, I got proof on most of my stuff. That 52 pounder, I got pictures, people. That I lived in Toledo, Ohio, I could show you my yearbooks. That I lived in Florida, I could show you receipts and introduce you to people that knew me when I was there because I'm still friends with them. Like I said, I got proof on all. I'm one of these kind of people. I keep everything. I'm a pack rat. My oldest two kids right now are almost 27 and 24 somewhere. I still have their receipts from buying their first diapers. I got receipts for all the court papers. I mean, you name it, I got everything from them. Anything I've ever bought them. She told the courts that I didn't buy them nothing for Christmas. Told the courts I didn't spend money on them. I got a videotape of my cousin dropping over $300 worth of Christmas gifts off to her. Knocked on the door. Her and the boys come out and got the gifts. And she looked down the road and seen me standing there 110 feet away from her. I'm going to call the law on you. You know what I told her? Call them. It's 110 feet. I already measured it. My kids got a Christmas. I don't care if I was going to go to jail or not, guys. My kids got a Christmas. I'm going back up here because people are saying some stuff I can't. How long can you store deer meat in a freezer? It matters how you seal it. It matters how you're packaging it. I have a sealing meal. It could last up to 2 to 3 years. But in my house, one deer gone in 6 months. Deer are not big. By the time you get one full deer cleaned, gutted, and
Hey, yummy.
ready, sorry, honey, I didn't know you were eating. You might get maybe 15 meals out of it if you got a big family. If it's one person by themselves, a deer can probably last you all year as long as you're still eating a couple porks and a couple beef too. But a deer don't last long. So, and it also goes by how if it's in seal a meal or is it in just regular freezer bags. Regular freezer bags, I wouldn't trust it no more than 2, 3 months. If you had it Ziploc baggy, sealed in tight, airtight, I would could go up to a year or two. You'd really have to keep an eye on it and make sure it ain't getting freezer burnt. You guys starting trouble on my page. And I knew Todd had to be part of it.
Starting trouble, get the hell off.
And that's why I call him Troublemaking Todd. He just likes to turn that fire up every time. I'm too innocent for you guys. You're right. I am innocent. No, Larry's just, Larry's Larry, guys. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not, downing you guys or anything wrong. I mean, I'm just being me. I'm just a normal human being who was born in the United States of America in 1965. I grew up in the north end of Toledo, Ohio. I've lived in Arizona. I've lived in Florida, lived in Tennessee. I now live in the state of Kentucky. Well, I might only be 57, Todd. I don't know. I'm so old. I got that old timers coming in on me, buddy. I don't even know how old I am.
It's called sometimers.
But yes, I was born in 1965, March of 65 to be exact. Well, I think anybody that gets on there and lies about things is rotten. I mean, why lie to somebody about something? Sooner or later the truth's going to come out. Me personally, I'd rather, it's just like my grandmother coming up and asking me, Larry, was you out there stealing my tomatoes? If I would have told her no, what would have happened? I would have got an ass whooping twice as hard as I got from the first one. Because she knew I lied. Might as well say, yeah, Grandma, I was, and take my beating. I'd rather have the yes beating than the no beating any time of the week. But I still loved her tomatoes. And I did it every year that she, till the day she almost died, guys. I don't care if I was 30 years old. I still went in her house, got her salt shaker, went out her back door, and went right into the tomato garden. I love the woman. That woman knew how to grow some good tomatoes. I can remember when she passed on. My aunt told me, Larry, she don't even know nobody. She don't even know who I am, and I'm her own daughter. I went up there and kissed her on her cheek, and I was like, Grandma, what's in your refrigerator? Her eyes turned the size of 50-cent pieces and looked right at me and said, Larry. My aunt looked at me, how'd you do that? You know something? My grandmother knew me for one thing. I love to eat. When I went to her house and they were opening Christmas presents, I'm at the kitchen table still. I'm in the refrigerator seeing what she's got to eat because that woman can cook. And she always had leftovers, and it was always good food. Not that I was starving because I wouldn't starve, but that woman, I loved her food. Yeah, I remember one time. Can't remember if it was me and my uncle or me and my brother. We went out there to do some gutter work on our house. And got there, and I mean, this is only 2.5 hour job at the most, people. 3 hours, we should be long gone on our way to another job or home to be with our families. We get the ladder set up and we get the gutters out of the back of the truck. Tell you the truth, I think it was my uncle. We took one of the long gutters back to the back where it's going in at. And we both walked up our ladder, carried our stuff up there, measuring everything, make sure it's all perfect. Here she comes out that back door. What you boys doing? Well, we're getting ready to hang your gutters, Grandma. Trying to get it done. Oh, you guys can't work. You guys got to come in this house for a minute. Come on. And you know, she don't want to disrespect her, so we went in the house. Here she's got a 9-course breakfast sitting on the table. I literally think that woman, after we got done eating, literally cleaned the table, put what leftovers was left over in her refrigerator, and started lunch. Because within 45 minutes, she's telling us to come in and eat lunch. Within an hour after that, she's telling us to come in and eat dinner. This woman would feed anybody, and she was a good cook at that. You guys got to remember, this is a woman that grew up poor. They didn't have food, they barely had anything. She was proud to be able to feed anybody and everybody. She'd even feed her neighbors if she can get away with it. Only one thing Grandma wouldn't let you do. That is kill them 3 squirrel in her backyard in that big old fat oak tree that was there. She didn't care whose squirrel you killed as long as it wasn't them 3. Them were her pets. And I kept telling her, Grandma, come on, they look good on the dinner plate tonight. Love that woman to death. People, I've been on here almost 3 hours and 20 minutes. I can't believe I've been on that long, but what else is there to do? Sit around and watch TV? Or get on here and say hi and go live and see what people's got to say and see what we can all talk about. You know, I still say prayers for Queen Elizabeth II. She lived a lot of years. She worked under for the UK there for 70 years. And if you guys didn't catch it, Vaughn had a few bad words to say about her. Like he really knew her, huh? We all do bad. We all do good. Oh, he called her a lizard. Okay. Well, lizards are good pets. What did Guilford do for a living? Tell you the truth, I think he was a farmer. Far as I know, I've never heard of him having any real job. I heard he helped his son work on some trucks, semi trucks, but mainly I think he was just a farmer. I mean, he's a man who has 8 children. He had to figure out how to feed them. And this is before the depression. This is why the depression's getting ready to start. I want to know how he fed all 8 of them during the depression. He probably did have some jobs, but yes, he did live on a farm. I could admit to that. I've been to 2 or 3 of the houses that he lived in. Speaking of that, Ronnie Ray bought one of his old houses. Darn, it does say he lived on a farm, but also says he had some jobs. Yeah, he probably did have jobs. I mean, you got to make money somehow. You got to pay the other bills. Some things that easier to go out and buy than to grow, starting like wheat and flour, milk. I personally think if they would have had a cow, he probably was using it for meat instead of for the milk. I don't know. We were just talking about that earlier. Generations, look at the age gaps and what people went through. I mean, have you ever thought of what your great great grandparents went through when there wasn't no electricity? When there wasn't a car out there yet? You were horse and buggy? I mean, the car wasn't invented until what? The early 1900? 1907, 1903, couple of them like that. I heard the bicycle came out first. Yeah, see, people's here. Great 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 grandparents born during the Civil War. Exactly. There wasn't no lights. There wasn't nothing back then. They didn't have TVs and radios and phones and my wife's watching one of her favorite shows, Quadrant Leap. Must be a series because it's been going all week. But I get the TV on Sunday, so I had my day yesterday. She had to miss her shows. Yeah, in my opinion, people, James didn't want a wife. He wanted a slave. Someone to have his kids and take care of his kids and take care of him. Yeah, but was he the first one to, and maybe the first car here in America? But I think there was a couple of them across the world that were already invented. I've been watching a lot of that kind of stuff too. Something about first fast food restaurant in America and who was the first restaurant in America. Anyone know who invented fast foods? I seen that a couple weeks ago on TV, and I think I do still remember who they said it was. No, not Saturn. I don't know. Maybe you were answering somebody else, Frank. First fast food restaurant was McDonald's. They invented the fast food. Or should I say McDonald? It was the first McDonald's because they were trying to figure out how to make burgers faster. So they made an assembly line to put them together. Yeah, I see that. I see that. I kind of look up things like that. I like watching things like that and learning that kind of stuff. Yeah, 1850 wasn't even railroad yet. It's horse and buggy or horse by itself. Exactly. And some of your guys' ancestries are back there. Remember that. You know, I wish my grandfather would have bought a Model T 1908 in 1908 and put it in a garage somewhere and cover it up and let it sit there instead of paying what he paid, maybe $100. I don't know. I ain't looked it up yet. Probably be worth over $1 million right now. I watched the auctions, watched a 63 split window Corvette, matching numbers all the way around. Original. Go for 1.3 million. Them cars were only $3,000 back then. Guys ever thought about that? If one of our grandparents would have put something like that away? Or how about one of the first Harley Davidsons coming off the assembly lines? Stinky tries to be, as you call him, gearhead. I call him brainless person. He is definitely brainless. Thinks he knows it all. He's got a degree and all, but can't prove none. That's just the way I look at it. Can't prove none. You tell me something, I'm going to ask you, prove it. Show me proof that you did it. If me and you're going to swap a penny, because you all know that I like wheat bet pennies, and if you got a 1909s and you want to get rid of one, I'll trade you for one of them that you don't have. I'll put your name on that piece of paper, on that envelope with my stamp, with the penny in it, and I will send it to you. But I expect you to do the same. And I would try, I mean, what's it going to cost me? A whole 50 cents to get a penny? You know, I've had people tell me, oh, you got to watch this person. You got to watch that person. You got to watch him. He's a thief. Oh, really? What's he like to steal? And as soon as I find out what he likes to steal, I'm going to put it out in front of him. Promise. I'm going to put it out in front of him. He likes painkillers. I'll lay two of them on the table. He likes to smoke weed. I'll lay a joint out on that table in front of him. He likes to steal money. I'll lay $2, $3, $4 out on that table. I'd rather you steal that than to even become part of my friends. But once you do take it, don't ever see me again, because you will never get nothing from me again. You will not be my friend. If you are walking down the road at 90 degrees outside and you're gasping for air and you need something to drink, I might even stop, wave high, and drive on down the road. I had a friend of mine tell me another friend was a thief. I tried to get him to steal from me. I did. I wanted to see if he would or not. And he never has. So the other friend was just kind of jealous because I was friends with him too. Which to me, it didn't really matter, honestly. Honestly, I was looking for a painkiller man. That was when I first moved down here to Kentucky because I got tired of driving up home and buying and coming back. Hey, Frank, Stinky might need it. He might buy it from you. He'll give you a dog and an airplane. Tell him you want the airplane and a dog. Midnight. Yeah, they're still sitting in the shed or the garage or wherever they're at. So I don't know if they're rotting or not. I think as long as he keeps them in a dry, cool spot, they should be okay. Can't tell you how cool that garage is going to be. And I agree with him. It matters what cars. I don't know what kind of cars or anything that he's got, people. But I'll tell you one thing, if you leave it in the box, it's worth more money. I can take something right now. I got two different things right now. It's the exact same thing, but one's in the box, never come out of the box. And there's another one that the box is gone and it's out of the box. Boy, you can get two different prices. They like them in the box, not out of the box if you don't have to. I got a bunch of, as you all know, I'm a Jeff Gordon fan or the fan of the 24 car. And I do got a few things of Jeff. And my kids always said, can we bring them cars out of them boxes, Dad? Can we open these, Dad? No, I don't want none of them opened. I did let them open 3 or 4 cars that I do have duplicates of for them to play with. So, I mean, It wasn't like I just don't want them to play with them ones because they might be worth $1 later. $14 viewers. I'm losing people. Come on, people. Let's talk. What do you guys want to talk about? Someone say something. Let's get some kind of conversation. Don't get a conversation that I'm going to get thrown off here. But let's talk about something. What do you guys want to talk about? Get me started. AC, it looks like it's just been me and you here for a few minutes. No one else has said nothing. They're probably doing what they have to do and they're just listening, but I don't know too much about cars neither. I know you put a key in them, you got to put gas and oil and tranny fluid. The older ones had, them other things on it. Nowadays, they're all fuel injections. Nowadays, they're mostly made out of plastic, lightweight. Back then, they were steel. Yeah, I always think about how it had to have been back in them days. How did they survive? I mean, honey, when you get up again, will you get me a pepper? Me, I think it's about time we start going back to cowboy and Indian days. The way people are starting to get, you got to protect everything. I remember times that you didn't even have to lock your windows or your doors. Nowadays, you got to lock them, bolt them, and screw them down too. And stay up all night with your gun in your hand. Tell you the truth, that's why we have our dogs. Somebody comes up that road at nighttime, I know it. Both of them dogs are right in the front yard every night. Someone moves, may even if the neighbor's coming home late. Rubber, 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 rubber. Okay, shut up. I see he just got home. Let me sleep. Sometimes it is annoying, but guess what? I like it. It works for me. Y'all know I'm hoping to be moving here. I want to, but then I don't want to. I like living here. It's peace and quiet. But I hope if I move, it's going to be to another peace and quiet property and maybe me owning it. Unless they sell this property at a decent price. And I mean, to me, it had to be real decent. Because I would pretty well say the trailer almost needs to be completely redone. The yard needs to completely be redone. The driveway needs to completely be redone. The garage looks like it's ready to fall in. Needs gutters. I told little Jim and Millie, as the minute they tell me that James is controlling everything, and if this is his property and he's collecting rent money, I'm gonna go over there and say, "Well, I'm gonna tell you something, sir. You own that property. I want gutters on my house. I want gravel in my driveway. What else do I want? Gutters, my driveway,
Air conditioner fixed.
my air conditioner fixed. Yeah, and then I'll give you your rent money." So, in other words, I'm telling him he's going to put out about $3,000 before he gets his $300.
He needs to do the back part too.
I know, dear. And we're just the main three, baby. I know there's a lot more stuff that can be done around here.
Yeah.
That's why I said if we bought this place, it had to be cheap, cheap.
Yeah. I know.
I'm buying the land, not the house. Same thing with Alice's house. If you're buying that 167 acres, you're not buying Alice's house and Little Irvy's house, because Little Irvy's house is not going to be worth nothing. It literally needs to be thrown away, burnt, tore down, whatever, junked, whatever you want to do. It needs to literally be tore apart and gone. You know, you would have a choice on, do you want to put another place there? Would I? Never. Never. I think I'd make sure the water lines are out of the way, and I'd probably put my garden there. I'd rip the whole piece of stuff up and put a garden right there. Just a little one. But who wants 167 acres? All wooded land. Hills, mountains. I mean, you literally better have a good four-wheel drive or something powerful. Not no little rink-dink four-wheel drive. I mean, powerful four-wheel drives. I've been up them hills. I know. The indoor pool, NERP, eels to be restoned. Okay. Rezoned. Okay, I see that. Is that a 4x4 that just come out of there? Okay. Y'all want me to tell you the truth? I think we see more four wheelers, side by sides, they call them. Like the outside buggy things. We see a lot of them more than I see a car. I've seen 4 or 5 trucks go back there. And hey, what you guys doing? I kind of try to stop and talk to them, see what they're doing, seeing what they got in their back of their truck, if they're trying to throw garbage out or not. Because I complain if they are. I will literally turn their plate number in. Sorry, I just don't want the garbage coming down in my yard, because when it rains, it comes down in my yard. We have a city dump. Take it over there. Coming up on 4 hours, 17 people. I love for Larry to get 1K. Yeah, me too. I'm aiming for that far. I'm gonna blow by Stinky with flying colors. And y'all know I've not posted it on Facebook yet. to any of my friends. So I don't know how many of my friends get on YouTube already and don't even know I'm on, or even family members. My how can I say this right? My hand has not reached out for help yet, but I did offer some of my help to J Dub. Like I said, I can't meet you, but my brother will. And me and him has talked about you already. He says he hopes it's a big green one, real big, 12 or better. He says he hopes it's a whole 18. Because when he shoves it up there, you're going to be choking it out. And when my brother says things, he means them. He's a nutcase. I do have a few of them. I'm working on it, Blue. I think Todd became number 100 on me. That was a milestone when we got started, was 100, and Todd did it for me. Yeah, you know you did, Todd. You were number 100. I think you sat there and waited for that number to come up on you. Guys, I just like to get on here, be truthful, talk about things, even though much of you guys ain't saying anything you guys want to talk about. Besides Mr. Stinky, and I'm kind of tired of Stinky. I've been trying to get him out of my mind, trying to get him out of my head. We have started packing up around here a little bit. No matter if I move or not, I still want to pack a lot of stuff up, like I'm getting ready to move, where I can give it a whole new paint. If I'm staying, I'm going to buy it, or keep living here. It's going to get a whole new paint job. It's going to get it all done. Because if not, then I will move. I mean, I don't care. I've told everybody I'd like to hook up a trailer to the back of my big old Blazer out there that's 4x4 and drag a trailer across the United States and go see everything. You know how people have bucket lists? That's my bucket list. Go see Mount Rushmore. Go see the Statue of Liberty. Go to New Jersey to that uh, buddy guy that makes all that good sweets. You know, there's things I'd like to do, and I think that'd be pretty cool. What's that? I keep forgetting the name of it. I don't know why it blows my mind, but they're supposed to be, you know, where Mount Rushmore is, somewhere 10 miles around Mount Rushmore. They were doing the Indian ones that way too. And I have not exactly found out where that is located or, you know, anything about that. And if anyone knows, hey, holler at me, let me know. Vaughn Hilton says he has Indian. There's no Indian. There ain't enough Indian in him to even be traced, people. So you can take any bet with him. I guarantee you, I will take care of all bets. There's none. There's none in me. There was none in his mother. The generation he's talking is so far back, it's gone. That bloodline mixes so much, and it's done. You're lucky to be able to tell. That's why I call myself the Heinz 57, people. I'm mixed with everything. Just look at my family tree. You'll see it. It shows it. Guarantee you, more than three-quarter of us in the world is that way. Maybe England and Russia. There might have been some Russians that, stayed with Russians and been there all their lives, and, you know, but most of the time, a lot of mixes there. And that's fine. I mean, they've been coming across the world for how long? A long time. Any of you guys ever went and seen Mount Rushmore? Any of you live by Mount Rushmore? That's a good question. Just 16 people. Well, I must have lost everybody now. His father was German. I don't know. I couldn't say if he was or not. I don't know much on his father's side because I've never did no background on him because his father ain't part of my life. You know what I mean? He wasn't in my tree, so I didn't look all up that far because I got tired of looking up people going backwards. Person to ask that to would be Todd. Oh, here you go. Farmer Hilton was born in Pineville, Kentucky. Nothing German about him. Thank you, Todd. Todd, that is something that I would like to really see and talk to you about. I just read that and I'll repeat it out there. His father's side comes from the Brocks and Redbird. Okay. Are you sure you're not getting them confused, Danny? I'm going to have to remember that real quick with me being on here. Hello, Solar Marshall. Hey, one of them Vaughn lovers are here. Cool. I won't pick on you. I'm glad you're here. I mean, I've been posting 4 or 5 days, hoping somebody get on here with me. I've had a few viewers. Here I might be giving Vaughn a run. I don't care. I'm just telling him I'm telling people the facts and I'm telling people about me. I don't care. I'm a truthful person. I don't hide nothing. I got what I want. I got a wife. I got a happy family. I got happy kids. I got a roof over my head. I got food in my mouth. I got my painkillers. What else do I need? Not a god, not a thing. Promise, not a thing. It comes down hard. Let it come down hard. Like I said, I won't be starving. You big cities and all you other people might be starving. That's one thing I could say. My dad taught me how to hunt. So no matter what, I will never starve. There's too many deer, squirrel, and rabbit out in my backyard. And if they're not in my backyard, I know how to bring them to my backyard. It only takes a little couple drops of this or a couple little drops of that, and you'll have every animal in the whole area coming. I hear there's bear here too. You don't think I wouldn't eat a bear if it comes down to it? If I gotta eat. I gotta eat. If I gotta make sure there's food in my kids' mouth and my wife's mouth, I'm gonna make it happen. You all agree? So how you doing, Solar Marshall? Yes, Solar Marshall. I'm glad you said something, Frank. I wanted to say that too. Thanks for feeding the dogs. Solar Marshall, we appreciate that. I am literally not allowed nowhere near the property at the present moment, is what I was told. But personally, I don't see how he can make me do that. If I want to go to that graveyard and see Aunt Alice's grave or Sprout Hacker's grave or Alice Hacker's grave or the two or three Allens that are buried there, if I want to go up and see their grave, he can't stop me from going up there, even though it's on that property. That's a graveyard. That is open to everybody, no matter whose piece of property it sits on, no matter where it's at. Any one of you guys can go to Uncle Little Jim's graveyard right now. You guys can all go up to that graveyard. He couldn't stop you. Well, Blue, I hope he does too. That'd be real nice. That is good. I'm glad the dogs are eating. Um, my opinion, I know you're friends with him or whatever, they're secular or solar. That's fine. I don't care, and I'm glad the dogs are being took care of, but he's only got coming what's coming to him. He's been lying to these people for so many years. Uncle Jim has no reason to steal no money. Did Uncle Jim feel anything in it Aunt Alice's head? I don't think so. Alice Elton was a very smart woman. She had one weakness. It's called the only child she had, and that was Von Hilton. That is her only, you know, and don't put me wrong, I love my children too. But they still learned to take out the garbage. They still learned how to cook. They still learned to go take a bath on their own. They still learned how to go get dressed. When they were babies and little boys, I got up and made them real food, not throw it in the microwave, not a piece of bologna on two pieces of bread. That's not dinner. That's not lunch. That's not even a breakfast. That's a snack. That's something going out the door shit if you're hungry before you leave somewhere. Don't put me wrong. Bologna sandwiches are okay. I mean, I've ate them plenty of times. I've lived off of them, but not for a kid. Kid need real food. Meat, potato, veggie, nice big glass of cold milk. Your best meal of feeding them was going down to the carry out and buying pizzas with your food stamps. I just think it's funny. Vaughn's gonna really get what's coming to him, people. I'm telling you, I know. I was there. I was in the courthouse. I know what the judge said. I know what both lawyers said, and neither lawyer was on his side. Neither lawyer was even there for him. One was Alice's estate lawyer that's handled everything from the beginning, not of the death, the beginning of everything when she asked for help, that she needed a detained lawyer to take care of her access. And they made me power of attorney. So I worked under this lawyer. You see what I'm saying? If I was going to spend big bucks or something was happening, I had to contact this lawyer and let him know. And he would let the judges know. When I got his dad's inheritance check, they knew it was coming. They knew what I did with it. He literally put a video out here saying he got his $2 million inheritance from his daddy. But now he's telling everybody I got it. No. We got the life insurance policy is what we got. 29,000 some odd dollars. It was put straight into her bank account that I opened up for her, that James had no idea that she even had a bank account because it wasn't located in Manchester, Kentucky. He can't check any other counties. I mean, hello. She used some of that money to get them other places cleaned up enough to be rented. And that's what we did. And then James and his mom let Ron Combs and Sarah Combs move in down there to do the lawn care for her. When I started taking over and I looked at all the bills and everything, none against Ron and them, they were nice people and all, but Alice was losing money. Alice was losing money when she let them cut the grass. I mean, she's paying someone to cut her grass every 2 weeks, $100 a shot. They're going to live down there for free for the cutting the grass. Well, that's a $300 a month trailer, no matter if ands and buts. 300. You probably could have got more if it would cleaned it up better. I mean, it even had a hot tub in the master bathroom. So I mean, she could have probably got more than three. But you figure 300 a month times 12, 3,600 a month year. It's $3,600 a year was costing her to get her grass cut. When I could have had it done for 1,200, 12 times. That's summer. You know what I mean? It's over. So she's losing $2,000 a year. I know James don't think, people. He don't realize what money is. He don't. You give him $1,000,000, he could probably blow it in a week on stupid shit. That's the point. Stupid shit. You give me some kind of money like that, I'm going to put myself set for the rest of my life. Then I'll give the rest away. Once I'm set for life, then I will give the rest away. I wouldn't care about the money. Money ain't much. You don't need it. But I'd like to have a nice, beautiful home that I own. Maybe a little piece of land. Maybe instead of me pulling this 4x4 truck and camper, maybe I'd get a mobile home and drive across the country with it. Make it better. Well, I've never seen him leave it out for the raccoons. I always thought he took it inside. There's a chair right there, and he puts it in that chair. At least that's what it was about 2.5, 3 years ago. It matters what size bags he's sending too, because I mean, them 5 pound bags, he almost literally dumps the whole 5 pound bag right out there on the ground and just throws the paper right down on the porch. I bitched about that because the dogs get a hold of it and chew it all up and tug of war with it, and it's all over the yard. And then now the lawn care service has to pick it all up. I told him twice, get out there and pick that shit up. Never got done. So Miss Hallis had to take money out of her pocket and pay the lawn care service extra money for picking up garbage. Personally, guys, I think if Harvey would have even got out there and did the lawn care service himself, that would even pay most of his way. They're living with his mom for the last 30 years. If I cared about a piece of property and I wanted that property so bad, you don't think I wouldn't be taking care of it? He don't take care of that property. He's never left the trailer. I think he's never been up the hill at all. He has no idea anything after the pond. Oh, and there's a couple of little landings up on the other side of the hill, but that's the 50 acres. That's not the property that he's living on. That's another piece of property. He said one time about he's going to build himself a house up there. And I laughed at it. You're going to build a house? Okay, James. He has a lot of ideals. Nope, I figure sooner or later all this truth is going to come out and he's going to cry. He says I'm going to jail, if most of you's already heard. And that's good. I'll go to jail. But let me let you all know, he's going to be in the cell with me. No referees, no nothing. Just me and him in one cell. Someone might be there an hour before they had to have the ambulance come and get him off the floor. We'll take a guess who's who at the end when I come out of jail. He likes to say people's stealing, people's doing this, people's doing that, but he can't prove none of it. Not one thing. You show me one thing, he has showed me proof on. He showed me a picture of him in his army uniform. They take that as soon as you join. Yeah, you're getting that done the first week before basic training getting going. That's a picture they send home to your parents in case you don't never come back home. Hello, my father's got one too. So does Ronnie Ray. So does Little Jim. Want me to keep going? They all got service. They did their 4 years, and some of them was in combat. Can you prove it? They can. Y'all know he said something about in a video I just caught yesterday. He mentioned two new cousins in there. Did you guys catch that video that he put out there? I don't know if he was going to the army to find a bride. I think his mommy and them probably told him go to the army or you get your ass back in college. And he tried the army for a minute and it didn't work. I don't know. I really don't know how it's go, guys. Which one of you guys got a blackboard out there? I think I'm going to get me a blackboard or something. And we're going to write down about what year we know he was born. We kind of pretty well knew where he was when he was in high school. You know, we can go back 15 years and look at when was his first kid born, when was the second one born. We know all about Andrea and these three. We know when all that started. We can find out when he was thrown out of the army. You know what I mean? It's not hard. Just put the puzzle together, put it all down on a piece of paper. But James says we can't figure nothing like that out about him. It pretty well shows you everything. Oh, I see my friend's name just popped up there. Is he on here? What are we talking about him for? He's saying he wants a piece of me? My brother's waiting. Hey, if you're gay, you're gay. I don't care if you're gay. I'm not gay. My woman is full female. I've never been gay. Oh, Ben gay. Okay, I'm sorry. Guys, yeah, they probably used it on each other. Nothing, honey. You have to read the comments to know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't care what people say. I don't either. Well, like I said, they're exactly the same way, baby, I feel. They don't want to watch, they can leave. There's the door. I'd like to see a couple other people jump on here and get him live.
Hello? Here he is. It's static. Yeah.
I'm not an AT&T prescriber. Please quit calling my house. This is the third time today. Thank you. And that's how you treat them people. I think the estate will have to pay for it. Tell you the truth, I don't even know when's the last time it was cut. I have nothing to do with it. I've never had nothing to do with it since December 27th. When she went down in the ground, I had no power at all. That my power was then gone. It's diminished. It's like evaporated. My power was gone the minute she was lowered in the ground. It automatically goes to the man that is holding the will, which happened to be James Arnold Frost. From there, James took and got all the money gathered up, what was laying out and around. He went over to the lawyer and showed him the will. We took it to the judge. The judge okayed it. The lawyers okayed it. I got all my paperwork in finally. It took me a month and a half to figure out the paperwork because I didn't understand a lot of this stuff. I wasn't tip top shape. I'm not going to say I'm perfect, people. I didn't write down every little receipt and every little dime that I spent, but I had all the receipts. But when it came to the big monies, you know, if I'm spending $1,500, $200, $300, $400, yeah, it was all wrote down. Every penny. It showed me where her checks came in. It showed me when I deposited the, Irvy's insurance check. It showed when I deposited the rent money. So the estate lawyer did all the paperwork for me and we got it all in. So that is now over. So right now, I think the courts are now waiting to see what is happening with the children. Because that's going to have a lot to do with it. Because the properties do belong to them. But they are not capable of taking care of them at this present moment. So do they sell the properties? Or do they find somebody to take care of the properties and keep them running, collecting money every month until they all turn 21 years of age? That's the big question. Another question, I don't know about in the state of Kentucky law because I would have not looked it up, but that's something maybe I should, is once some foster parents become their adoptive parents, they are legally adopted to them. That means they have all control of everything them kids do. They literally could attack that account. In other words, they can make the decisions on do they want to sell that place and put all the money in the trust funds for the kids? Or are they going to be responsible for these 5 homes that is bringing in rent that some need, major repairs, some need a little repair? There's one good one out of the whole bunch, and it's sitting empty right now. Which I agree. I mean, if I own 10 houses, you don't think I'm going to live in the biggest and best one I can? I'm sorry, I might rent you guys my dumps, but the best one I'm going to take myself. And that's why Miss Alice bought herself a brand spanking new trailer. For she didn't have to live in that dumpy one that Irvy was in. Flintlock, yes, he is supposed to be not really the upkeep. Like if his hot water tank goes out, literally the landlord, which would be his own mother, would be replacing it. But do you call her a landlord because he don't pay rent? He has no rent receipts. So I don't know how they will work all that out. But literally, when I was in control, if his hot water tank would have went out, I would have had somebody go in there and replace it. Yes, only because it belonged to Alice, even though she's losing money there. That property could be bringing in over $1,000 a month right now, but it's not bringing in nothing. You know, property taxes are coming around the corner here in about 4 or 5 months. And that's going to come right out of the estate. That means that big old state check money that's sitting in there is going to start going down quick. You know, personally, I don't know what, if it was really up to me, I wouldn't know what I would want to do. Would I want to sell the properties or would I want to keep them? They're beautiful. They're nice. If I had some money to maybe invest in a little more of them, to invest, I mean, I literally would want to cut some of the mountains down, way down, where you can go up there and put houses up there and rent them out or something. A lot of people say, oh, they'll buy the wood off of it, but they don't want to give you no real money for it. And usually when they leave there, they took all the good main trees and you didn't make no money, and now most of your animals are gone. Miss Alice had that big old field. It's got to be acre and a half, 2 acre field sitting right there off of her kitchen window. She'd look out there and watch them deer walk out there and eat that all day long. She even had a feeder put out there one time just to watch them all come down. She was like, well, I'm not seeing them that often. We dropped a feeder there and oh man, there were 10 of them there last night. Yeah, throw a little food out there. They'll come. I like living in the country, but I do miss things in the city. My walleye man still on here? I was going to ask him, do you ever go there and fish for white bass? I'm thinking about trying to do a trip up there this year, which might be in another month or two here. I want to just shoot straight up there, grab me a hotel room for the night, wake up first thing in the morning, go on down there with my fishing poles and my fishing license and 100 minnows and clean house. Throw them in the cooler, gut them, clean them, cut their heads off, get them ready for shipping, throw them on some ice and bring them home. Gone for the weekend. Promise, couple hundred at least. I probably don't need that many, but I could probably pawn off a few around the family. Family like fresh fish. Yeah, like I said, guys, I went up there fishing one time, me and my dad. We caught 187 fish in about 4 hours, two and three at a time. Literally three fish at the same time, three hooks. When they come in there and spawn and drop them eggs and leave, there's hundreds of thousands of them going up that river and back down the river. You know what kind of fishing I did like? I liked salmon. We went salmon fishing two or three times. Did okay the first year. I think we got one or two. Following year, we did really good. Brought plenty home. Was able to stock the freezer up for a couple months. And that's when I like going fishing, guys. I like to go up there when they're coming in. You know, I want them spawning. I want to be able to make sure we're going to catch them. And I don't just want to catch one because one ain't even worth my trip. I go up there and I catch 150 of them. It's worth my trip. I got coolers. Throw some ice on them and keep driving. Well, I got lucky and I bought myself one of them Seal Meal Pack deal things that plugs into your car lighter. Yep. Cabela's had them, $289. I bought it from some girl on one of these live auctions I watched, $30. Brand new, still in the plastic. Still had the 8 bags that it came with. Yeah, like 2 days after I bought that first one, I tried to get a hold of her and tell her, hey, you said you got a second one of them. I'll buy it. She didn't want to sell it. She says, I got it pending. Oh no, I think I got it sold already, Larry. But I told her there was only two places that carried it, and they were like 269 to 289 for them. I can plug it into my house, or I can plug it into my lighter in my car and seal up anything. Watertight. No air, no nothing. It sucks it up. Yeah, I think the thing I liked about that coho salmon fishing we did, them fish are pretty big. One side of that, and that's one whole meal. You didn't have to catch 10 or 12 of them to make a meal. One of them made it a meal. That's the kind of fishing I like. Boy, you guys sure don't ask many questions, do you? Well, you guys probably have plenty, and I just can't answer them. Blue, why did you retract your message? Blue is shy. I don't know. Blue and me's already had it out a couple times. Blue's in that Tap Todd character. A little shady. Got to kind of watch him. Love you, Blue. To me, you're all shady, so it don't matter. Till I get to know you very personally and really, I mean, years and years, and we get together and shake hands and smoke our doobies or drink your alcohol or whatever, then I'll trust y'all until you stab me in the back, as I say. You guys want to talk shit about me? Go ahead. At least let me let me tell you the truth of what I think. You're trying to get me in a lie? Let me know. I'll find the proof somewhere. Because I got proof of everything. It's like Vaughn says, oh no, Miss Alice's phone bill wasn't going to get shut off. I pulled the paperwork out. James, here's the shut off notice. James, here's the bill. $800. When her bills only ran 130 to 150 a month. You know, he forgot that I was helping her take care of it before he took over. And after he screwed her up and screwed her over and took all of her money, 6, 7 months later, I took over. But this time when I took over the right way, the legal way. It's called by the lawyer and the judge. So then I knew he wasn't going to screw her up anymore. I knew her bills were going to be paid. This woman's not going to get thrown out on the streets because of her stupid son. She ain't going to have to be put in a nursing home because of her stupid son. Hey, Solar, did you leave me? I didn't see Solar leave. But I ain't seen him say nothing in a while. Someone's there because there's 23. Oh, I know who joined. Hi, Stinky. How you doing? Too bad you can't come in and play. Because you're a bitch. You're a 25-degree black belt. You're afraid of the judge. Thought you ain't afraid of nobody. $10,000. Show up to the fight to meet him. 10,000 automatically. You won't even show up.
I'm not paying for the.
Honey, you're not paying. They've already got the money up already. They got the money ready to pay him.
Oh.
There's only one problem. Everybody knows Vaughn Hilton is not going to show up. And I don't care if it's in Vaughn Hilton's own backyard. Mm-hmm. His 25-degree black belt would get his butt stomped. Uh-huh. Honestly, I was using it to prop up the laptop. Because when I'm looking at the picture, I see the top of my head and I see my mouth barely moving. So I kind of try to straighten it up a little bit. Yeah, I trimmed my mustache just a little bit yesterday. Yes, the outbuilding should have power. Alice's power is still on. Alice's power in her home is still on and running. Her heater, air conditioner is shut down where it's just keeping it where it has to be, to keep any mess ups. We don't want pipes breaking or nothing, but it's perfectly, it can go all year empty if it had to. Well, if he starts stealing power, that's a good possibility there, Flint. But when they start looking at the other bill, they will notice it. You will see the jump in the power bill. I mean, if your power bill is 160 a month and you're not even living there, and it goes to 180, 190, 200, they know something automatically has happened. Someone's tapping into it. Someone's pulling more power than what's been took out for the last 6 months. I mean, if that kind of makes sense to you, I mean, yeah, I mean, no one's been in their house for over 6 months now. Them bills are steady, one pretty close, real close price. Unless the light company's raising their prices, then it goes a little higher. But they know where the rise is coming from them. Cheap state suckers trying to rob us all. Any of you guys solar power out there? How's that solar power work? Is that any good? I thought I'd like to have a house solar powered where I don't have to worry about no light bills. I heard windmills work pretty good, but they kill a lot of birds. I don't know. Just a rumor I heard. Well, my viewers went up. My talkers ain't talking. We all must be shy. I got the shy group that don't talk much. They just want to hear somebody talking. Well, if you're new, my name's Larry Frost. I'm Stinky, otherwise known as James Von Hilton, cousin. I've been on here telling people about what he is and how he is, and he's just a piece of trash. Hoping some of his friends see me on, they come on and want to talk and ask me questions because I can tell them what I think of him. And if they got something smart to me, then we can settle the problem. I mean, it's just life. I mean, that's me. I'm life. We didn't grow up with rich, but we wasn't poor neither. Mommy and daddy both worked. Sometimes one of them would switch a job, daddy. But mommy, she was stuck at a job for a very long time. My mom retired from Beatrice Hunt Wesson Foods. My mother made Hunt's ketchup. If you ate Hunt's ketchup back in them days, she made it. Literally, it was her that was making it. She said something about they bottled something like 12,000 bottles every 4 hours or something. I worked the same place a couple years. My stepdad worked there too a couple years. They went out of business. They moved to Mexico. Cheaper labor. Tomatoes must be better in Mexico. You know, I kind of hate to see that stuff sucks when companies like that just moves out. Leaves a couple thousand people without a job. But they're trying to save money. You know, I hear something about McDonald's is paying $15 an hour now. I don't know how true that is because I don't work for McDonald's or want to work for McDonald's. That's not a bad starting pay. Not for flipping burgers. The only way it wouldn't be worth it is if they making you run the whole assembly line. You get two or three people on that assembly line, you guys will knock them sandwiches out every 5 seconds. That's why they're called assembly lines. I don't know about most restaurants. Have you guys ever worked in restaurants? I worked for Burger King once. About a whole hour, hour and a half, maybe a little longer, maybe a little shorter. I don't remember. I know I was working. The only thing I ever did is he made me put my shirt on, put my little cap on, go make sure my hands were clean, showed me where a box of burgers were that were in the refrigerator. And he says, your job is to take these burgers, and every time you hear someone ordering a Whopper, you drop one of them down this chute right here. And I was like, okay. And that's what I did for that whole hour, hour and a half. Well, while I was there, I got a phone call. Someone offered me $1 more and more hours. Okay. I'll be there tomorrow morning, sir. Told Burger King I was done. Have a nice day. It's all about where the money's at. You got to make money. You offer somebody better money, they're going to go. Then you got to watch for the scams too. Yeah, I had somebody get mad at me one time. No names or nothing, but guy says he has a 2-bedroom home. He needs the whole thing replumbed. They went in there and stole all the piping from it. Well, you want copper or you want plastic? He says, I want plastic. Be something, cheap on me. And I was like, okay, that's up to you. I mean, you want plastic, I can put plastic in. He goes, how much you going to charge me? I was like, well, I mean, you buy everything, I don't know, $400-500. 500 sounds good to me. You got to crawl up under the house and cut everything and glue everything. And me and my sidekick had it done in 47 minutes. He was mad because he had to put out $500 for a 47-minute job. You run water lines to the hot water tank, to the kitchen, to the washer and dryer, the tub, the toilet. You're done. It's only a bunch of lines if you know what you're doing. You get one man under the house with the radio, and he's running the main lines, and you're getting all the little lines ready. When you're ready to connect them, you slide them together, you glue them, and they're done. I mean, I've seen people take a month to rewire a house. I've also seen 2 and 3 guys go in there and rewire a whole house within one day time. It matters what kind of workers you get. You got these people out here building houses, literally building houses, taking a month and a half. Look at that TV show Ty. They do it in a week. They're going in there with 150 people. So, I mean, that's a big difference going in there with 5 people here, 5 people there, 4 people here, and going in there with 150 people at one time, getting everything done. Oh, you're at work. Well, I didn't mean to bother you at work. I'm glad you're listening, though. You just keep listening. I just didn't see your name popping up. Didn't want you to disappear, but I didn't know you were at work. I just think it's so funny how Vaughn lies all the time. All he has to do is start being truthful to people. You know, he says this, he says that. I can prove him wrong. He went through the army 9 months. Cool, I'm glad for him. I didn't. When I turned 18, 19 years old, I was working. I was making money. I was paying my rent. I was surviving. You were still under mommy's coattail. Take that back. I take that back. I almost lied to y'all. The day before I turned 18 years old, I was on my way to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to meet my father that I have not seen since I was 13 years old, and he gave me back to the children's home. That's where I was headed. So that's why I didn't join the service at 18, Irvy. Solar Marshall, to me, that's all it's about is money to him. And money is really important. Money in life is very important. You got to pay your bills. You can't get a girlfriend if you ain't got no money because they don't just want to come home and get banged. They want to go to movies. They want to go out to eat. They want some fine stuff in life. They don't want a guy who stinks, who's not took a shower in a year. They don't want a guy who's living under mommy's cattail. I mean, we all see what kind of girls he likes. You know, sometimes he's going to get what's coming to him, but sometimes I do feel sorry for him, people. I can't believe that somebody can be that brainless, really. I cannot believe some people are that brainless. He literally went at it all the wrong way. If he would have treated his mother with respect, love, and honor her, he would own it all. Promise you guys that. I know. I was around Alice. Like I said, I've known Alice 15 years. The last 15 years of her life and the last 3.5 to 4 years of her life, I got real close. I mean, daily close. This wasn't going over and seeing her once a week. We were daily until my vehicle broke down. Ask Irvy. Solar, I see you're still listening, so Ask Irby what he brought his mom for her birthday. Ask him if he got her a cake. I want a picture of it. I could show the picture of her birthday cake. I could show you what I got her. I got proof. I got receipts. When he can show me a receipt, if he can show me a video of my uncle stealing money from his mother, then I will believe it. If he can't show me a receipt or show me a video showing me that Uncle Jim stole money, then I believe nothing he says. I personally do not think Uncle Jim would steal any money from Aunt Alice. But I'm going to tell you something. If Jim did need money, and he said, Alice, I wish I had $35,000 to buy this, Miss Alice would have went right to the bank and withdrew the money and gave it to him. Said, pay me when you want to pay me back, when you can. I know. She did it for my mom's funeral. She gave me $1,000 cash to go from here to Toledo and back to have my mother cremated, to say my last goodbyes. He's drained her money. That's all the kicker. It's like he says that he spent $2 million in gas. I can go across the whole United States of America and back to never spend $2 million in gas. Probably drive all the way around the world and still not spend $2 million in gas. Ace 4, that conversation cannot be talked about or speaking about to me. That is in the category as I plead the fifth to all at this present moment. When the film comes out, when you see the movie, if you want to ask any questions about it then, they will be all released by me. I will do a thing after the movie is over. And it's going to be a blockbuster. I'm going #1 to the top very quick. Wait a minute. Ask Grumpy or Snyder Hands, man, if this is me. So, I don't think Grumpy's on here, and I don't think Handyman's on here anymore neither. Solar Marshall, I don't know if it's you, whatever. I mean, I know Solar Marshall has been sending them dog food. That's fine. Like I said, thank you if you are. Because I feel sorry for the dogs. I feel sorry for him too, but hello. He put himself in that predicament. If you're a fucking crackhead and you spend your rent money on your fucking crack instead of paying your rent, you deserve to be sleeping under a fucking bridge. James likes to play around with the dogs or the humans that are feeding his ass. He burnt the bridge with Little Jim. He burnt the bridge with Ronnie Ray. He burnt the bridge with me. He's screwed. That's his whole family around here. Plus the two that he mentioned. I'm not going to say their names until I let both of them know that his name was mentioned on his live video. And he says them are the only two he gets along with. Oh boy, that was funny. I can't wait to tell him that. I'll make sure they both get a copy of that. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff that I've been starting to learn how to clip and do this and do that. And, Secular's got a lot of stuff out there on him. And I've been going to there and literally clipping out of some of his instead of getting all them other people like Shanny and all them in it. I'm taking that all out of there. I'm just clipping Irvy himself. Well, personally, I don't care who it is. To tell you the truth, Todd. If it's, I don't care if it's Von Hilton himself. I hope it is, because I have nothing to hide from nobody. I'm real. Period. I'm real. I'm just Larry. I'm a human being who is, as Todd said, I'm only 47 or 57. I'm not 58. I am 57. I grew up in Toledo. I am a Heinz 57 person. I am mixed with all different kinds of generations. My bloodline is crazy all across the world. I grew up in a redneck city. I love to fish. I love to hunt. What else is there to know about me? Not a thing. Quit school in ninth grade to work because I had a girl pregnant. Yes, the kids has been gone since 2018. I definitely think it's been 4 years now. And I personally don't think he's seen them all this year yet. Personally, eye to eye, hug me daddy visitation. All his visitations, like what me and you're doing, getting on here talking. I'm going to tell you, I don't care if my kids were all the way down in Florida and I only got to see them once a month. I'm there. I will drive that 2,000 miles. I don't care if I had to stick my thumb out and hitchhike all the way there. I'd leave 3 days early. Greyhound, $59, I think. Ron will have diplomat. Yeah, he ain't gonna have nothing. Cause them girls will be on their way back home as soon as they get here. As soon as they get a good look at him. Come on now, think about that. He ain't took a bath in a year. He's lucky if he's changed his clothes twice in a year. His toenails look as long as a fucking 8 penny nail. The whole house stinks like shit. No food in the house. Yeah, I don't think he's going to keep them girls long neither. They'll do just like his wife did because he don't know how to treat them. The only thing he wants them to do is lay in that bed for he can knock them up. And then once they have the babies, you're to sit there and keep my house clean and take care of them babies. I ain't doing shit. The only thing I do is knock you up. You do as I tell you. Sorry, Irvy. This ain't caveman days. Them women have rights too. You might want to treat your woman like a slave or something that you drag around by the head of the hair, but not me. Mine's my queen. She stands beside me, not laying down at my feet. See, that's the problem, James. That's probably why every one of them has left you. You think a man's life is just to produce a child. It's not. You produce that child, you're a father. That means you have legal rights to get up off your fat ass and cook for them and help keep them clean and teach them things that they don't know yet. Oh, I forgot. Horse vaginas are more important. Case dismissed. Well, Bobcat, I don't know about now, but he made 3 kids, so you make life what you want to make it. I mean, if you want to be a fireman, you got to try to be that fireman. You don't try to go sell ice cream cones when you want to be a fireman. Might be a step up, but always keep in the back of the mind you want to be that fireman. Are you guys all my age? Or are you guys all a lot younger than me? And I know that's a messed up question to ask any of you because you probably ain't going to tell me the truth anyways. Irv Ruined Solar has also insured the Frost family and physical threats of all the male. Yes, I have seen that. I do know that. That's why he's on that sliding list right there. Irv, I really don't care. I laugh at him all the time, buddy. I don't care what people say about me. I really don't. The only thing I say is you don't talk about my kids. Because to me, that's hitting below the belt. I don't talk about no one's kid. My most precious thing, I don't care if you're my worst enemy. You call me and tell me one of your children are hungry and you have no way to feed them. I will go to the damn store or a restaurant and buy a meal and I will bring it over there and I will watch your son or daughter eat it. That don't mean you over here there trying to pick in their plate. Hell no, you don't touch shit. I hate your guts. But I'm gonna make sure your child ain't going hungry. I love all children. God put us all here for a reason. And any parent that can't take care of their child ain't a parent. They're not a parent if they can't take care of them. Because that's the most important thing in my life are my children. I gave half my life up to have my children. I'm thinking about changing my background, people. I just don't know what we're going to make it yet. Because I don't think you guys want to sit there and look at coins and my calendar and my different color of curtains we got hanging, which ain't even curtains. They're little blankets that we've got. I don't care. He could tell Irvy he was here. I hope he does. I mean, that's fine with me. Personally, honestly, I hope he's recording the whole thing. And I welcome it to go to Irvy. I want to see Irvy's response. And I don't know if you are recording it. James, I'll give you $100 bill. You even show up at that thing. Personally, by myself, out of my own pocket. Here's the $100 bill. See it? See that, buddy? I will give you this if you even show up at that fight. You see them? See them rolling, James? They're still rolling, James. You see them? Every penny I own will go on secular opinion. Secular opinion is going to put you down within 10 seconds of the first round. TKO. Do you understand that? He is literally going to knock you out. I will bet every penny I own on it. You are a piece of shit trash. 25-degree black belt. Excuse me, martial artists don't talk about black belt. So you're telling me you're better than Mr. Chuck Norris himself? Are you telling me you're better than what Bruce Lee? James, you're lucky if you even own a black belt, let alone is a black belt. And I don't care if you're a black belt or not. My money's still on secular. No jokes, no games. Anyone want to bet with me? Let me know. Anybody want to take? Oh yeah, I forgot. I got someone that likes on here. You want to take that bet there? Maybe I can win his dog food money from you. I'm dying to try to lose some money. I got secular opinion winning this fight. I'll take whatever your bet is. Up to about $3,000. Oh, I will. Just give me time. Give me time. Larry's still learning, people. I mean, come on. I ain't even been out a week yet. Give me a minute. Let me get used to it. Let me get the feel of it. Let me get to know who some of my friends are and who my trolls are already going to be. Who's the troublemakers? I mean, I got a list of all of you here. My eyes are glimpsing over there and watching everything people are saying. And I already got a couple troublemakers in here. I've seen them. And I love them all. That's fine with me. I have nothing to hide. You can pull background check on me. Go for it. Hello. Want me to help you any? Sure can help you. Woodward High School. 9th grade repeat. Think that was 1963 or 1983? They'll tell you I probably went to class. My repeat year, I went one day. My freshman class, 9th year, the only class I ever showed up for was my science class. That was my first hour. And that's because that teacher was hot. And that was a pretty little thing. And I couldn't miss her class. After that, I went out the back doors and went on down the road and sat on the corner, smoking doobies and selling doobies. Mommy and daddy says if you're not going to school, you're getting a job. I got a job. Went to work for a grocery store, bagging groceries. Kind of should have stuck with that the rest of my life, but you never know. I mean, they don't make much money, but you can retire from it. I got a friend of mine who was bag groceries the same time I was. Me and him both started there about the same time. We both went up the ranks where we went from carry out to stock boy to register, and then they take you back to stock boy, and then you got the meat department they started messing around with. Yeah, after that company went out of business, I found a different job, and he stayed in that kind of job. He went to a very well known grocery store nowadays. And he's up there. He's been there 25, 30 years now. So he's doing good. Well, I know this ain't going to be my longest video of the night because there ain't no way I'm going to make it that far. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mr. Cord, where are you? No interruptions. No interruptions. If there's a blackout, I'll be right back. It's saying my power cord says I'm low on power. And we now have power. No, thank you. I literally like to have a room enough to put up my train set. But my wife won't let me take over my son's bedroom because he's only going to be gone for 2 months, and it's going to probably take me about 2 months to set it up. So by the time I did get it all completely set up, I'd have to take it all back down because he's going to need a bed to sleep on. I thought about building a few different things like maybe picnic tables, bird houses, something kind of cheap, something kind of easy, something that might sell. Wishing wells. Picnic tables was a good idea, but think about it. What's a brand new picnic table sell for now? 100 and a half a piece. It's costing that almost in the woods and the screw and nuts. So really, you're kind of losing money. You might make a whole $10 for doing all the sawing and drilling and everything and doing the framing work. It ain't worth $10. If I can't make 30, 40, $50 off table, it ain't worth doing. Reclaim wood, yes, I understand, but reclaim wood's high right now too. All wood is high. Everything's high anymore right now. Everything jumped in prices. I mean, I remember when I used to go down to the Save-A-Lot and get a dozen eggs for $1.09. Now it's $2.19. Everything's up. So yeah, they have to give people raises. People are not going to survive if the prices keep going up. Reclaim wood. Yeah, I've already answered that. I already answered that. Speaking of after dinner toppers, probably. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of here to make his life miserable, but then I'm just here to say hi. I'm Larry. I mean, gives me something to do. I'm bored. Watching TV, same old shows. Yesterday was NASCAR and football, so there wasn't no videos yesterday mostly. I think I did one early. But if you look the day before, the day before, and the day before, you going to see them there. I got a 8.5 hour one out there. No, I do not take donations at the moment. I don't think I need any donations. You want to donate something to me? Go up to your mate, give them a hug, give them a kiss, and tell them you love them. That's my donation I want from everybody. I don't need money. I got a roof over my head. I got food in my mouth and clothing on my back when I want to put them on. Okay, I mean that's just how I feel about it. I don't need nobody's money. They say I won all the time on this and that. You know what I tell them? Give it to the homeless. I win $100 million. I'm gonna go buy me a little 2, 3 bedroom home. Make sure I got a decent running car. Maybe a little camper that me and the wife can travel in, and get rid of the rest. Give it away. Give it to family, friends. Donate it to people that needs it. You know, all them flood victims, all them tornado victims. You know, I could have donated a house to each one of them if I would have, been $100 million. Help people that need help. I mean, I wouldn't go out there, and I'm not going to lie, and I'll say it clear. I wouldn't help no crackheads. Not if I can help it, not if I knew it. Because I think you should take. I mean, none against you guys. I mean, that's up to you. But your choice of life is your business. But you make sure your bills are paid first. You make sure there's food in your house to feed your family and take care of you. Then whatever you spend your pennies on is your own business. Enjoy, have fun. That's the way I look at it. What I do with my spare money is my business. As long as all my bills are paid and there's enough food in there to take us for a month until we get the next food stamps or cash or whatever we got. And as you guys can see, I'm not broke, but I can clearly tell you where that money's from. Remember them checks they gave out last year? Them stimulus check shit? That's where some of that money's from. She got her checks, I got my checks in, and I got a check for little Arnold. Larry did not get no checks because he was in that age gap of going to college. We bought the big old Blazer with it. That way we had a good running vehicle. That's the money put away. Besides, well, we go out to eat when we want. We can do what we want. I mean, the wife bought me a laptop for Christmas. I'm paying for my own time and I'm paying for my own effort. I appreciate it though. Promise, I do appreciate it if you guys wanted to give me something. But if you really do, I mean, like I said, give it to somebody that can use something. You ain't telling me that you don't go down the road and see a homeless guy there. Go around the corner, stop, pick him up a McDonald's meal and hand it to him when you go back by him. That's that's the way I am. That's kind of how the person I am. We don't need food. We are fine where we are. We're doing great. We don't need nothing. Do I make enough to be rich? No. We make enough to survive. And that's all I care about. I'm surviving. I'm watching my kids get older. I'm going to watch my grandkids get born. Or I'm sorry, I'm not going to watch them. I'm going to be around when they are, playing and coming out of there in their diapers and stuff. And I say that clearly because I literally watched my children be born. I was there. Literally. My hands and the doctor's hands were both right there catching the babies. I'm literally, when Larry come out, I was the one that handed, the doctor and me took the baby out together, and I handed the baby to the nurse to go clean up. Yep, remember that clear as day. And any of you fathers that's been there and watched it, you know what I'm saying. Some people, I don't remember if it was on one of my live videos or if it was one of my cousins out on Facebook a couple of days ago. Larry, how have you guys been together for 20 years? What's the secret? Secret is just to say yes, dear, no matter what she says. Yes, dear. Stop an argument. Yes, dear. Wait till it's time to talk about it. Don't put me wrong. We've had problems. We've had arguments. She's left me two or three times. She's come back. And when I say she left, she like walked down to the end of the block and turned around and came back. Where she can cool off or where I can cool off. Communication's a lot. When you're getting married or you're married a long time, I think communication has a lot to do with it. You guys got to share your feelings with one another and how you guys feel about certain things. You know, I dated a girl once who liked to drink a lot. And me, I wasn't much of a drinker, I was more of a smoker. We got $20 left to our name after all the bills are paid. We got into a fight. You all know what the fight was about. You all already know. You don't even have to ask me. I can't even, don't even have to tell you. You know what the fight was about. She wants beer and I want the weed. What'd we get? We got the weed. It was my money. She got mad. She left me for it. Hey, sorry. That's just how it goes. I mean, I'm the man making the money. I'm the man paying the bills, and you're sitting around doing nothing, making nothing. Yeah, I'm buying my weed. I'm keeping my self control. Forget your alcohol. You can call it mean or whatever, but I needed my painkillers. I've been on them painkillers since I was like 14 years old, or maybe even a little younger. Mommy left it sitting in the ashtray one morning or one night, I think it was, and me wondering what it was, I picked it up and lit it up, and I've been addicted ever since. I enjoyed my painkillers. Most of us learn by growing up. You know, most of us kind of might have had parents where your mother and fathers were both in the home and they both grew you up. Some of you probably grew up with just mothers. Some of you might have just grew up with fathers. I don't know. Some of you might have been raised by your grandparents. Some of you could be foster homes. I mean, it's a wide open ball game. Nobody knows nothing. You know, we all have our own lives. We live it to the best of what we can be. Since you said that, I could say something too. Understand that. I really do. That you quit for a business to get your business started and all. That is cool. And I think you did a great job. And if you did get the business going and you love it, congratulations. I have quit one time because one of my kids' mother said that I was a dope head and that I would never accomplish anything. I could not get a job. I could not quit smoking weed. So I quit for 31 days. 31 days. On the 30th one day, I went and pissed in a cup 3 different places. All 3 of them called me to work. I took the best one. That night when I walked in that front door, I lit the biggest, fattest one I've ever rode in my life. To me, that's telling her F you. Don't tell me I can't get a real job because I can. If I wanted to quit smoking, I would. It's hard. Don't put me wrong. It's hard. But in your mind, you can quit anything you want. Stay away from it. But why stay away with something I enjoy? You know, there are some things addicting. Some people say coke's addicting. I don't think it was. Heroin, I can never say because I've never tried it and never will. I have tried a couple of drugs, but I kind of liked a lot of Jack Daniels when I was growing up. I liked the weed. I liked acid. You know, that's the other drugs didn't interest me. When I'm seeing pink elephants with purple polka dots flying, you know, you're tripping. It answers every question. Okay, that to me, it's I use it for the pain, and I noticed a couple. You know, my mom told me, you know, after I've stole it from her, and she knew I was smoking it. She goes, "Well, that's up to you. I don't care if you smoke it or not, you know, but I'm not going to afford it. You're not going to be stealing it from me. You're going to have to get out there and get your own job and buy your own." Understandable. I mean, that stuff ain't cheap. I mean, you got to buy it. You got to buy it. Same with my cigarettes or anything else I wanted. She says it only did three things to her: made her sleepy, made her horny, or made her hungry. That is the three things my mom said it did to her. Can who talk to Irvy and talk him into getting a job? My mother? No. My mother was laid to rest almost 8.5 years ago. We just celebrated my mom's birthday last month, the end of the month. Yeah, my mom has been to get gone for almost 9 years now. And I lost my dad about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Well, that's what my mom said. You know, my mom didn't lie to me. She didn't hide from me. She was a truthful parent. She just literally come out and told me. I mean, made her hungry, sleepy, or horny. That's exact words out of her mouth. What? I'm so sorry. We never recovered from losing parents. I hate to tell you, and nothing to make you cry or feel bad or anything. When you lose your parents, you don't get over it. Sorry. I've lost a sister. I've lost a brother. I've lost my mother and father. I've lost both grandparents, all my grandparents. I've lost all my great aunts and uncles. Right now, I got two uncles and, or wait, three uncles and four aunts living. Then all I got are left are cousins because the big family's gone. And right now, them ones that I mentioned, they're in their 80s and 90s. They're coming up in them big ages.
Hey, cowboy, we need to do it, buddy. Cowboy, you better look at me, boy.
Yeah, we never do. I feel the same thing about my grandparents too, especially my dad's mom. A lot of ups, a lot of downs. But if I needed anything, I wanted anything, if I was hungry, she would help me out. Anything I needed, Grandma would help me. She was a special person in my life. You know, it's like I said earlier, my aunt told me that Grandma didn't know who anybody was. But when I looked at my grandmother and kissed her on the cheek and said, "What's in your refrigerator?" Her eyes opened like 50-cent pieces and said my name clear as day. Everybody in the room heard her. And my aunt looked at me, how'd she do that? How'd she know? I was like, Carol, come on, honey. How many times have I been to Grandma's house? How many times? What was the first thing I ever did? I don't care if it's Thanksgiving, Christmas, or the middle of summertime. I go to Grandma's refrigerator. What do you got to eat, Grandma? This is a kid, guys. This is a kid. I mean, Grandma knew that. I mean, we lived close together. We were always over at Grandma's. I mean, I can remember 100 times being beat by the broomstick or the rake or whatever she can grab coming after me out of the tomato garden. I don't know if them are signs of happiness and that I'm missing her, or is that some of my horror films that I'm having? My grandmother chasing me because I dream about that sometimes, people. I really do. I had that dream last year. I woke up in a sweat. My wife asked me what was wrong, and I told her Grandma was chasing me. I was 8 years old. I think it was her just saying, "Hi, I remember you." Well, people, I don't think I'm going to go long. I think I'm going to do the 6 hour marker and stop. Should be long enough time to get Vaughn interested in watching. I'm hoping he was on here today. I hope that friend of his sends it over to him and lets him see it because I really don't care. And I hope he sends it to the lawyer too. But if he wants to send him anything, catch the rest of the week of my shows and it might start getting more interesting. We might start seeing James Von Hilton clippings being sent through. Not from Alice's camera, but James Von Hilton's camera itself. Live on YouTube. He can't hide it. It's all out there. I can find anything I want anymore. Every one of you guys. All you heathen trolls out there have it all. All I gotta do is know who's got what and put it together. So I didn't see no ages go out there. Nobody must want to say that they're old or if they're young or they're right in that middle age. I understand people. That's fine with me. I was just wondering if there's people around my age or are you guys all younger? Am I talking to a young generation? I mean, I don't think I've seen most of you. Okay, so you're like 10 years younger than me there, 67. You're just around my wife's age. Ain't you about 46, honey, or is it 47? I know you're somewhere there.
48.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. There's the 48. She's 48. She's like 9 years behind me. Yeah, you guys all watch that video that Seckler put out there of Vaughn Hilton trying to get the $7 grand from everybody to pay for his mom's funeral?
Never mind.
Boy, I watched that 100 times.
That's
I think I laughed every minute of it, especially when I seen his face saying, "Well, who paid for it? Who paid for it? Who's he think paid for it? It wasn't him." And the funny thing about it is, I don't know if y'all caught the live chats going across it, but everybody kept saying it. They kept saying, "It's paid for. It's paid for. It's paid for." And I'm sitting here thinking of Drag or Miss Parker or someone. I hope you guys are reading that. Hope you're reading that. I mean, I think they did see it, but they just played him. They just got him going, and that's fine with me. Miss Alice had everything ready for her. She was fully ready. She bought the tombstone already, guys. She knew it was time. She just didn't know the day. That's all it is. She knew it was close, but she didn't know the day.
Don't clean off the trees so it'll,
Okay, babe.
that stuff will come off. You know why this is like that? Because when you was younger, you never put lotion on it. That's why it's like that.
Okay, baby.
That's how I do.
Have to go. Later. Enjoy it, buddy. Enjoy life. Have fun. Do what you got to do. Make that money if that's what you're doing or whatever you're doing. Just enjoy life. Take good care of yourself. Later, Bobcat. Same thing to you as I tell him, buddy. You're going to work, go make that money. If you're going to go do something else or going out with the family or whatever, enjoy, have fun, be safe. A lot of crazy people out there. We all know one, at least one. Some of us know two or three.
You don't have to give a wash right.
Nobody wants to know anything else about me, huh? Who voted for Trump? I ain't even gonna ask that question. That'll start a war. We ain't gonna say that. Wasn't there a walleye guy on here earlier that asked me if I ever caught any walleye? I don't remember who it was, but hey, you ever caught any white bass out of there? They run through there a lot. I love fishing. That's the only problem down here. There ain't much fishing. Got a few paid lakes. Pay $8 or $10 to fish it. Matters if you're trying to get in the tournaments. Some of these guys have tournaments where they put them real big catfish in there, and whoever catches the biggest fish gets the prize. And then they got another side pond over there. You pay $10 and you can take 10 of the fish. Tell you the truth, I think they're losing money when they do that. Them fish probably cost them more than $1 a piece. Yeah, I kind of took it as a threat when he says he was going to go after people that had kids in college. Literally, guys, I took it as a threat to me because I don't know none of you guys. I don't know if any of you guys have kids going to college or getting ready to start college. But mine was in college. So when he said he's going to get them all thrown out, he he turned the gas up on the stove. Put it that way. Thank God the wife didn't let the fire kick in. My son got a full scholarship. Our son got a full scholarship.
No, I had something to do with it too.
Yes, dear, you had a lot to do with it. See, there's that yes, dear. It works, people. 20 years. It's Monday night, ain't it, dear?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Our wrestling's on tonight. How many out there watch wrestling? I literally think I got 18 people on here, and none of them talking to me, but they're all listening to me. So now I feel like a radio broadcaster. But that's okay. Another 9, 10 minutes maybe, and I'll probably get off here. 6 hours is a pretty long time. Get ready to get dinner going and get ready for WWE tonight. Unless somebody comes on here and starts talking a little bit to me. DJ Frost and the Tales from Crane Creek. Hey, there you go. I like that. That's funny.
Read it again. I didn't hear that.
DJ Frost and the Tales from the Crane Creek.
Okay.
Other words, saying Vaughn. Brian 67 said that. Can I get a pop, dear?
Yeah, right here.
I don't want a pop in the mouth. I need a pop to drink. Would you like me to call it soda?
No.
Then I sound like a southerner. You know, there's some people down here saying that I'm starting to get that southern accent. I might be. I mean, here 15 years, I'm kind of getting used to it. You got a little draw? What do you mean I'm a little draw? Oh, I don't know. I was finishing my pop. Yeah, I've been noticing that, Jack, and that's fine. I mean, I just like to see people say something, and if they want to talk about it, or something that might be on your mind that you like to talk to about, and you want someone else's opinion, ask me my opinion, and I'll tell you my opinion about it. You don't have to take my opinion. You're going to take your own opinion, no matter who says what. But it gives you ideas and other things to think about before you make the decision you make. And then if you make the wrong decision, and Toby or Todd or Larry or Joe Blow tells you a way and it turns one of their way, you can say, "Hey, Joe Blow, you were right, buddy. It did do that way." You see, I mean, that's what friends are for. That's what people are supposed to be for. Thank the person that tried to help you, and we're all going to tell you different or what we think. I mean, you have a good day, Mr. 67. Let me know how that goes. Record that because I sure want to see that. I'll let you all go if you want, and you guys go on over there and see Mr. Vaughn. Let me know how it comes. Maybe I'll try to find him too.
Yeah.
You have a great day, 67. This is Larry Frost going out because James Von Hilton is live right now, they say. I'll let you guys all go visit him and say hi to him and see what he has to say about my video. I've been on here for a long time. I've got a lot of videos out there. James, before you tell a story, make sure it's the true story. Because everything you've ever said is a lie. Nobody said your mom cheated on your dad. Nobody said your dad cheated on your mom. They got a divorce for the medical. Would you like me to spell it for you? I probably can't, but I can say it. Medical insurance. If your mom would have stayed married to him, she would have had to help pay your dad's medical bills. With her divorcing your father, she will not have to pay on them bills. And that would save your mother and your father money. Mommy knew how to control money. Mommy knew all about money. Money was in your mom's life and brain for her whole life because she had to survive. You have been fed by the gold spoon, and your gold spoon is now gone. Get used to a wooden spoon because that's about as far as you're going down. If you even have a spoon, you might have to use your fingers to eat. Have a good day. Say whatever you want about me. I can prove everything I got to say. You can't prove not one. Have a good day, people. It's been 6 hours. Appreciate all 18 of you staying until the end. Go see him. See if he'll talk to you. See what he says. Like I said, someone record it because I want to see it. Y'all have a good night.